Chapter 419. The next day was a 10-day holiday. Before noon, Yang Fan invited Imperial Officer Sun Yuxuan and Minister Officer Yen Xiaojun to a banquet at the Golden Hairpin Drunken banquet. Coincidentally, there was another group of officials at the banquet. When they saw Yang Fan at the banquet, they first exchanged pleasantries. After a while, they all entered their private room to toast Yang Fan and celebrate his promotion. The people who came to congratulate him were the Minister of Honor Song Ji Sun and the Minister of Imperial Servants Li Jun, who were two of the Sansi 5 dogs. Yang Fan was closer to Wu Sansi, so it was understandable that they came to toast him. However, the other officials were not Wu Sansi's people. For example, Assistant Minister of the Secretariat Su Yuheng, a lower fourth-rank official with an important position. He was the most famous person in the court. Even the two heroes of the Wu clan, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sansi, were superior to him. He was the trusted aide of Prime Minister Li Zhaoda. For example, Junior Supervisor Jin Wucai, who was Prime Minister Su Wei's disciple. In addition, there was Minister Meng Yan, Secretary Li Guinu, Secretary Li Zhanpeng, Luo Yang Lieutenant Tang Zong. Sun Yuxuan and Yen Xiaojuan's eyes widened. It turned out that Yang Fan's connections were not limited to the generals in the military. He had so many friends in the court. The generals in the military, even if they were great generals with a large number of troops, did not interfere with them. They did not care. They kept a respectful distance from the Wu clan's descendants and members of the royal family. Even if those members of the royal family had official positions, they were mostly generals and had no place in the court. When Wu Qingxi became prime minister, it was a great opportunity for the Wu clan to occupy the political arena. Unfortunately, he was too hasty and returned in defeat under the counterattack of the pro-Li faction prime ministers. Wu Zetian let the Wu clan's descendants and nephews hold military positions because she understood the importance of military power to her stability. She did not allow them to enter the political arena because balance was the instinctive reaction of every ruler. Therefore, Yang Fan's 3 backers could ensure that he would not be bullied too much in the Ministry of Justice, but they could not attract enough attention from the officials of the Ministry of Justice. However, these officials who appeared at this moment were inseparable from them. Some of these people were on the same level as them, and some were even 1 or 2 levels higher than them. They all saw the respect and affection these people had for Yang Fan. When they realized that Yang Fan's connections in the political arena were even more extensive than theirs, their arrogance was swept away. They thought that they had given Yang Fan enough face by showing their faces. Yang Fan politely returned the toast to the people who came. He knew that these people were arranged by Princess Taiping to be his sedan bearers. Princess Taiping had only been involved in politics for less than 2 years, but she already had the loyalty of so many people. Yang Fan could not help but be secretly surprised. Of course, he knew that this was not all of Princess Taiping's power. This cunning woman definitely had more power that had not surfaced yet. When Yang Fan first saw Guanlu Minister Song Jixuan and Imperial Servant Minister Li Junshi, he was slightly surprised. Weren't these 2 Wu Sansi's people? Was he bribed by Princess Taiping? When he saw Li Guianvi and Li Zhanpeng, he faintly understood. Having known Wanner for so long, of course he knew that Wanner had some people by her side. For example, the secretary, Li Guinu, and the scholar, Li Zhanpeng, had always been close to Wanner. They should be Wanner's people. Judging from this, Princess Taiping had deliberately used some tricks to let her people invite other officials to come with her, in order to confuse the public. She was afraid that her real strength would be exposed. After all, Wu Zetian was also paying close attention to Yang Fan. Who knew if the Empress would suddenly send someone to check who Yang Fan was drinking with? Wu Zetian was firmly against her daughter interfering in politics. Once she found out, the consequences would be dire. Even if they belonged to different groups, as long as the 2 groups were not at each other's throats, It was common for colleagues to invite each other to a banquet. Naturally, they could easily invite other officials, and they were very respectful to Yang Fan, so the people they invited had to give them some face. In this way, even if someone paid attention to it, they would only see Wu Sansi, the bright light bulb that shone as high as 300 degrees. Thus, the forces that belonged to Princess Taiping and Shangguan Wan'er would also be marked by him. Taiping's meticulous mind and cautious character could be seen from this. Su Yuheng, Jin Wucai, and the others entered the private room. They didn't say anything, nor did they do anything. They just walked in when Yang Fan, Sun Yuxuan, and Yen Xiaojun were chatting with each other. They very cordially and courteously toasted Yang Fan, said a few words of congratulations, and then nodded to Sun Yuxuan and Yen Xiaojun in a cultured and refined manner before turning around and leaving. The way Sun Yuxuan and Yen Xiaojun looked at Yang Fan was very different. This was the effect Yang Fan wanted. If you relied on others for everything, even if you had a powerful backer, others would only respect you, fear you, and give you some face because of the person behind you, but they would never cooperate with you on equal terms. What Yang Fan wanted was an opportunity for Sun Yuxuan and Yen Xiaojun, these two professional fence-sitters, to take him seriously. If he wanted to open up his own world in the Ministry of Justice, he could only rely on his own fists and kicks to open up the situation. External forces were just a kind of push. At this moment, the most excited person was Feng Shihui. He knew that this was Yang Fan's first real step into the Ministry of Justice, and the connections and power Yang Fan had demonstrated were somewhat beyond his estimation. He believed that if Yang Fan could really take charge of the Ministry of Justice, he would certainly be promoted to a higher level. He was looking forward to the moment when he would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat after not making a sound for 3 years. When he walked out of the intoxicated golden hairpin, Yang Fan was very tired. This kind of tiredness was mental. When he first entered the imperial court, he was in the army. In the army, things were relatively simpler. Whatever he said, whatever he did, he was straightforward. He was rarely like the civil officials, who liked to carefully probe, beat around the bush, and confess in a roundabout way. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. He could only use the same method to communicate with Sun Yuxuan and Yen Xiaojun. If he used two straightforward methods, the two would think he was a hothead without subtlety and leave in fright. Even though he was a bit tired, when Yang Fan walked out of the intoxicated golden hairpin, he was very satisfied. Today's banquet had completely achieved its goal. It was impossible to make Dr. Sun and Dr. Yen bow their heads to him just by showing such a hand. Not to mention that Chen Dong had more power than him, there was also the ambiguous assistant Minister Cui above him. He only needed Sun Yuxuan and Yen Xiaojun to maintain their neutrality under normal circumstances and express a bit of support at the crucial moment. He was the doctor of the Ministry of Justice. If he wanted to establish his authority in the Ministry of Justice, the most effective method was to challenge Chen Dong's authority. This was also the only method. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Early this morning, in Assistant Minister Cui's meeting room, the 4 secretaries sat upright. Cui Yuanzong sat at the head, and the head of the Ministry of Justice, Feng Shihui, sat at the very bottom, weekly reading from the records on the table. This was the rule of the Ministry of Justice. Every 10 days, the Ministry of Justice would take out all the cases of death penalty and above, and have the main hall of the Ministry of Justice gather with the chief officials of the various departments to discuss. If any official felt that a case had been handled improperly, they could bring it up for everyone to discuss. If the main hall of the Ministry of Justice or more than half of the judicial officials raised objections, the case would be retried. This was a summary of the routine work of the past 10 days. In reality, the chief officials of each department were responsible for their own work, and rarely would they criticize the work of others. If someone wanted to ask for a favor outside the law, they would have already communicated with the official in charge of the case in private, who would make things difficult during an official meeting. Because of this was a meaningless summary meeting. Ever since Yang Fan came to the Ministry of Justice, he had participated in this kind of meeting twice. Every time, it was Su Shu who entered the Chow camp without saying a word. However, it was the same for other people. Usually, a chief would read the case, and the chief officials of each department would not shake their heads or nod, as if they were not awake. As the main hall of the Ministry of Justice, Cui Yuanzong would sometimes ask a few questions. The doctors would say, "This official has no objections." Cui Yuanzong would then ask someone to read the next case. Even the other chief officials of the Ministry of Justice were too lazy to participate in this kind of meaningless thing. Naturally, this task was given to Feng Shihui, who had the least authority. This was the third 10 days meeting that Yang Fan had participated in. He decided to make things difficult for Chen Dong today. The day before yesterday, through Feng Shihui, he had carefully understood all the death penalty cases that had been handled in the past 10 days. The breakthrough he chose was the case of the North Market magistrate, Ing Tu, who had beaten the commoner Qin Xiaobai. Ing Tu was the North Market magistrate, one of the 3 cities in Luoyang. Don't underestimate this 8th-rank official. The management of the market was very lucrative. It was impossible to get such a lucrative job without background. Yang Fan had already investigated. Ing Tu's backer was a vice minister of the Ministry of Appointments. When Qin Xiaobai was shopping in North City, he got into an argument with a shop assistant. That shop had a close relationship with Ing Tuesday. As the magistrate, Ing Tu came out to maintain order. Qin Xiaobai was not a kind person. He actually cursed out loud. Ing Tu was furious and ordered people to take him down. After a beating, he was beaten to death on the spot. It involved human life. This was a case above the death penalty. However, Dr. Chern of the Ministry of Justice's decision was acquitted. The reason was that Ing Tu, as the magistrate, had the responsibility of maintaining order in the market. Qin Xiaobai resisted the magistrate and disturbed the peace. Ing Tu used the cane to punish Qin Xiaobai. Qin Xiaobai's body was weak. The strength of the cane used was different, which was why he died. Therefore, even though Ing Tu was suspected of using improper punishment, he did not kill intentionally or negligently. Because he was performing official duties, he was not punished. The main reason why the pardon was passed smoothly was that the victim's family did not pursue the matter. In this aspect, Yang Fan had already secretly investigated. He knew that the deceased Qin Xiaobai's wife had received a large amount of money from the other party. Therefore, they had made a private settlement. According to the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty, making a private settlement was also a crime. If he could turn Qin Xiaobai's case around, he could also touch the vice minister of the Ministry of Appointments. In this battle, he was not only challenging Chen Quan's authority, but it also involved the officials of the Ministry of Appointments. As long as he succeeded in this battle, he could bring down Chen Dong and establish his authority in the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice was in charge of criminal law. If he wanted to establish his authority here, of course he had to work on the law. Just like how establishing authority in the army was nothing more than military achievements. Yang Fan was ready to make trouble. Chapter 420. Feng Shihui's hypnotic voice was still going on, without any cadence or pause. He had yet to read the case of Ing Tu, the magistrate of the town, killing the commoner Qin Xiaobai. He was now reading the case of a mother-in-law beating and killing her daughter-in-law. Because there was no case that he could use to make things difficult for him, Yang Fan, like the other officials, looked down and seemed to be dozing off. However, a sentence suddenly floated into his ears. The son of the deceased, Chang Ziyuan, said that on the night of the Double Seventh Festival, he accompanied his mother to Ding Ding Long Street and was harassed by this man with the surname Pan. The huge gambling debt that his father owed was also owned by this man with the surname Pan. Yang Fan was startled and immediately pricked up his ears. Feng Shihui continued to speak weakly. Yang Fan had only heard the second half of the story, but he had already understood the gist of it. It seemed that a man called Chong Lin had married a woman named Cheng. Her name was Yunenai. This woman was beautiful and attracted the covetous eyes of a man with the surname Pan. Therefore, the man with the surname Pan made use of Chong Lin's gambling addiction and lured him into a huge debt. Then, he forced him to give up his wife. Chong Lin was unable to repay the debt and returned home to complain to his wife, who knew that Cheng's wife was an extremely chaste woman and would rather die than comply. Chong Lin knew that he was in the wrong and did not dare to force himself on his wife. The man with the surname Pan then sent a group of ruffians to their house every day to demand for the debt, harassing and smashing things up. When Chong Lin's mother, Madame Doe, found out that it was her daughter-in-law who went on the long street on the night of the Double Seventh Festival that attracted the attention of the man with the surname Pan, she scolded her daughter-in-law for being a jinx and a vixen for harming her precious son. This old woman was also a very unruly mother-in-law. After a round of beating, she actually hid her daughter-in-law's vitals and beat her to death. This turned into a murder case and was reported to the Luoyang government. The Luoyang government's trial was very straightforward and sentenced the old woman to pay with her life. However, cases of banishment and above had to be reviewed by the Ministry of Justice, so the case was reported to the Ministry of Justice. The disciplinary officer, Chen Dong, had an objection to this case. His verdict was, "A superior beating a subordinate is not a fight." Moreover, the old woman had a son, and the deceased was his son's wife. If he killed his mother because of his wife, it would not be filial. Because the old woman is old, once she is exiled to a foreign land, it is tantamount to throwing away her life, which violates the original intention of reducing her crime by one level. Therefore, the sentence is reduced by one level, to imprisonment, and she is sentenced to work in the Sinong Temple for 2 years to atone for her crime. Because the starting point of Chen Dong's judgment was filial piety, and filial piety was the great Tao that everyone from the emperor to the officials and even the people of the world had to abide by. It was the cornerstone of ethics and morality, so Cui Yuanzong did not have any objections. He had already done a preliminary reading and was waiting for the ministers to discuss it today before sending it to the Luoyang prefecture for execution. After Feng Shihui finished reading the case, he raised his head slightly and took a sip of water to moisten his throat. Assistant Minister Cui waited for a while. Seeing that no one spoke, he cleared his throat and asked, "Does anyone have any opinions?" This lowly official wishes to take another look at the dossier. Because this case was concluded by Chen Dong, he did not need to express his opinion. Pai Erding, Sun Yuxuan, and Yen Xiaojun, the 3 doctors, were just about to cup their hands and say, "This lowly official has no objections." As per usual, Yang Fan spoke first. In this kind of routine meeting, it was already extremely rare to raise an objection to a case, but the one who raised the objection was actually Yang Fan, the second cult leader of the Ministry of Justice, who was publicly recognized as ignorant and incompetent. Cui Yuanzong could not help but look at him in astonishment. Feng Shihui was also somewhat astonished. This is not the case that Yang Langzhong had chosen to make things difficult for. Didn't I already agree with Yang Langzhong? Why did he change his mind at the last minute? He looked at Yang Fan with some surprise, thinking that Yang Fan had remembered wrongly. However, Yang Fan smiled warmly at him and said slowly, "Manager Feng, please let me read the dossier." Oh yes. In front of all the officers, Feng Shihui could not give him a hint by winking, so he could only bring the dossier in front of him. The dossier was open. Yang Fan flipped to the first page and carefully read it. Chen Dong saw his behavior, and could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Pai Erding glanced at Cui Yuanzong. Cui Yuanzong's face was expressionless, but when he looked at the slightly uncomfortable Chen Dong, and then looked at Yang Fan, who had his head lowered and was seriously reading the dossier. A trace of understanding flashed through his eyes. Whether it was Chen Dong or Yang Fan, they were both obstacles to his sole control of the Ministry of Justice. However, Chen Dong had a deep foundation in the Ministry of Justice, and Yang Fan had many backers. With Cui Yuanzong's boldness, he did not have the guts to start an all-out war with them. Now that these two tigers were going to fight, Cui Yuanzong was happy to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. He slightly lowered his eyelids and gently stroked his beard without saying a word. Seeing this, Pai Erding also had the idea of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Sun Yuxuan and Yan Xiaojun looked at each other. Both of them had a ruminating expression on their faces. The room was quiet. Occasionally there would be a gulp sound, but it was the sound of Feng Shihui drinking water. Feng Shihui also did not expect that he could drink water so clearly at this time. Seeing everyone looking at him, he could not help but smile awkwardly. It really is her. Yang Fan saw Chang Zhuan, the son of the Chang family who had provided the testimony in the dossier, mention that on the night of the Double Seventh Festival, his mother was molested by the Pan surnamed Foppish, and was subsequently rescued by a man who claimed to be from the Ministry of Justice. From this, he knew that the deceased was the woman he met that night. Yang Fan closed his eyes, and the appearance of the woman suddenly appeared in front of him. She had a slender figure, fair skin, a slender waist, and a slender neck. She was as clean and translucent as a duck's egg that had its shell peeled. Although his son was already 13 or 14 years old and had a strong head, she looked to be only 25 or 26. She was dignified, refined, and exceptionally beautiful. That day was the Double Seventh Festival. While it was true that the Double Seventh Festival was a festival for lovers, the common people had their own festivals to celebrate, and they would not let go of this rare occasion where the curfew was lifted and the streets were filled with merriment. But, on that day, this woman called Qing Yunyi had brought her son Chang Zhuan out to play, but where was her husband, Chang Lin? From this testimony, it could be seen that Chang Lin was a gambling addict. He was extremely fond of gambling, and most of the money he earned from working at the docks was spent on gambling. His family still relied on his wife's needlework to supplement their income. That night, when his wife was molested, he was probably at a gambling den, throwing dice with bloodshot eyes. This man surnamed Pan was clearly the youngest son of the assistant counselor of the Ministry of Personnel, Pan Junyi. The dossier did not mention a single word about his family background. Even though it could not be said that the officials were protecting each other, it was still a taboo for his father. The assistant counselor of the Ministry of Personnel was indeed not a high-ranking official in the capital, but his authority was not small. He was in charge of assessing the achievements of officials, and if there was no other choice, no one would be willing to offend him. The dossier did not mention how to deal with this man surnamed Pan, and this was something that Yang Fan could not do anything about. Even if he wanted to pursue the matter, there was no way to do so. It was true that Pan Junyi had molested Qing Yunyi on the street, but he had not done it in public. How should he deal with this? After the incident, his lustful desires did not stop, and he even set up a gambling den to lure Chang Lin in. His intentions were very clear, but he did not break the law. In the end, one was willing to be beaten, and the other was willing to be beaten. In this case, only one person died, and it was the most innocent woman. She was tempted by lust, set up a trap, and walked the boundaries of the criminal law. Gambling addicts who fell into the trap were hateful but could not be punished. The old woman was obviously extremely crafty, and she was biased towards her son, but she vented her anger on her innocent daughter-in-law, and beat her to death. Such a fresh life, such a respectable woman died just like that. How innocent that woman was! How unfair the heavenly axiom was! A ball of anger burned fiercely in Yang Fan's heart. He slammed the dossier shut, raised his head, and said solemnly to Cui Yuanzong, assistant minister, This lowly official thinks that Director Chen's judgment is really unfair. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Sun Yuxuan and Yan Xiaojun did not know that Yang Fan was going to make trouble today, and they did not know what he had chosen to break out of. However, after the golden hairpin drunkenness incident, they knew that Yang Fan would make trouble for Chen Dong sooner or later. At this moment, when they heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. It has finally begun. They wanted to see Yang Fan's methods. And Feng Shihui was the only one who knew that Yang Fan had already chosen which case to use to make trouble for Chen Dong. For this reason, he had even helped Yang Fan find a law book with sufficient evidence, and asked Yang Fan to carefully memorize it and use it as a basis for his rebuttal. Who knew that Yang Fan would suddenly, as if he was possessed, choose the wrong case. Feng Shihui was so anxious that he coughed repeatedly, but Yang Fan turned a deaf ear to him. Instead, Yang Fan looked at him meaningfully. Feng Shihui's heart trembled, and he did not dare to speak. Assistant Minister Cui slowly stroked his beard, and asked softly, "I wonder what Yang Longzhong thinks is wrong with the case that Director Chen has decided?" These days, Yang Fan had not been idle at home. Every night, the only thing he did was to memorize all kinds of cases and their legal principles that he might encounter within the scope of his duties. Right now, he still could not think of all kinds of laws as soon as he used them. Although he had forcefully memorized all kinds of laws in his mind, when he needed to use specific related laws, he still needed to first think of the general category of laws in his mind, and then refine it down to some specific legal provisions. He knew that this was his shortcoming, so when he flipped through more than half of the file, he still pretended to read the file seriously, but in reality, he was already thinking of the laws that could be used. At this time, when Cui Yuanzong asked, Yang Fan immediately answered, according to the Zhou law, the third paragraph of the section on fighting and litigation, if an elder beats a lowly child, injures the injured, the punishment will be reduced by 1 rank. If it is a small merit or a great merit, the punishment will be reduced by 1 rank. If a person dies from beating, the elder will be hanged. Word by word, Yang Fan recited the law that just happened to be applicable, and then said, according to the law, if the old woman of the Chang family beats or even cripples her daughter-in-law, because she is an elder, her punishment can be reduced by 1 rank. But according to the law, even if she is an elder, the person who causes the death will be sentenced to hanging. Therefore, this lowly official thinks that Director Chen's judgment is very wrong. Cui Yuanzong slightly narrowed his eyes, and after listening to Yang Fan, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. They all knew how Yang Fan became an official, and how he became a military officer, so they had never thought that he actually understood the law. Cui Yuanzong seemed to see Yang Fan for the first time, and looked at him seriously, then turned to Chen Dong and asked, Director Chen, what do you have to say? Chapter 421. When Yang Fan had spoken just now, Chen Dong had not uttered a single word. This was not because Chen Dong was able to maintain his composure in the face of the questioning of a junior and layman of the law, but because these were the rules. Yang Fan's statement was a questioning of him. Regardless of whether it was a questioning or an impeachment, as long as a superior was present and the other party's words were directed at the superior, he could not immediately refute before the other party finished speaking and the superior began to question him. It was the same in the imperial court. If an imperial censor reported against you, you could only listen from the side. Even if what he said was completely nonsensical and non-existent, you could only maintain your silence before the censor finished speaking and the emperor questioned you. You absolutely could not jump out halfway through the other party's statement and start spitting saliva at the censor with a flushed face and neck. While Yang Fan was narrating, Chen Dong was also anxiously thinking of how to phrase his words. At this point, how could he not understand that Yang Fan, who had been pretending to be a pig for nearly a month, was now starting to eat the tiger? Thus, Chen Dong's reaction was also extremely cautious. Chen Dong thought carefully for a moment and cupped his hands at Cui Yuanzong. Assistant Minister, this lowly official's judgment is naturally somewhat inappropriate from a legal point of view. However, this lowly official has been in the Justice Department for many years, so how could I not be familiar with this kind of law? This lowly official's judgment was made after careful consideration. Cui Yuanzong smiled slightly. Speak. Chen Dong glanced disdainfully at Yang Fan and said, "The law is nothing more than human emotions. This case is not a simple murder case, but rather a mother-in-law disciplining her daughter-in-law. She was too heavy-handed and caused death. In terms of filial piety, the relationship between parents is greater than that between husband and wife. In this case, Chong Lin has already lost his wife. If his mother was killed because of his wife, wouldn't that go against nature and go against filial piety? Moreover, Chong Lin's mother originally had no intention of killing, and it was a mistake. Moreover, she was already advanced in age, so this lowly official's judgment was reduced by one level." He smiled and casually added, "This case has already been reported to the assistant minister. Since the assistant minister has approved of this lowly official's judgment, I believe that this lowly official understands this lowly official's painstaking efforts to promote filial piety." Cui Yuanzong stroked his beard and smiled noncommittally. He then turned to Yang Fan and asked, "What does Yang Longzhong think of Dr. Chen's explanation?" Yang Fan said calmly, "I think it's ridiculous." Cui Yuanzong chuckled and said, "Tell me your reason." Yang Fan said, "The law is nothing more than human feelings." On this point, Yang completely agrees. Advocating filial piety, this Yang completely agrees with this. However, this lowly official believes that a favor is not the same as abusing it. To promote filial piety, one must not do things that go against the harmony of heaven and go against humanity in the name of filial piety. Otherwise, that would be false filial piety. If it was purely a lecture, it was impossible for Yang Fan's understanding of the law to surpass that of Chen Dong, who had worked in the legal profession for most of his life. However, when it came to the sharpness of the tongue, he was not inferior to Chen Dong in the slightest. The huge pit that Chen Dong had dug had been easily and skillfully circumvented with a single sentence. The pit that Chen Dong had dug was filial piety. Moreover, he had been shouting all day that the dignity of the law could not be violated. Had he done it? What would the situation be like 1,000 years ago? That was a society ruled by men, where power was greater than the law. And these people who held power all placed filial piety at the top of all the virtues. If Yang Fan stubbornly acted as a legal warrior and shouted that the law could not be violated, and that since the law stipulated that the old woman should be sentenced to death by hanging, then he could pack up and go home. If this lawsuit was brought to Wu Zetian, he could forget about winning. Which was more important between the life and death of a wicked old woman and upholding filial piety? Yang Fan said, "From the confession of the Chang family's son, Madame Cheng did not do anything wrong. The one who set up a trap was the man surnamed Pan, and the one who was addicted to gambling and owed a huge debt was Chong Lin himself. The old woman from the Chong family vented her anger on her daughter-in-law and actually beat an innocent woman to death." At this point, Yang Fan felt miserable. He had received the murder case that the Ministry of Justice had already investigated the day before yesterday, but this case had only been concluded yesterday. Therefore, the case was not included in the case files he had received beforehand. He only found out about this murder case now. When he thought of how the innocent woman he saw on the night of Chinese Valentine's Day had been beaten to death by her unreasonable mother-in-law, his emotions surged and he found it hard to calm down. Yang Fan cupped his fists and said, "Assistant Minister, does it mean that parents absolutely cannot commit crimes, or that they can take their children's life and death? There is no such provision in the laws of the great Zhou dynasty. There are all kinds of parents in the world, and that is only for their children. The one who should be filial is Chong Lin, so it is human nature for Chong Lin not to sue. It is also human nature for Chong Lin's son, Chong Ziyuan, to sue his grandmother for killing his mother. Moreover, this case was brought to the attention of Basho and Marquis Wu due to the indignation of the common people, who then reported it to the Luoyang government. It has nothing to do with Chong Lin and his son, Chong Ziyuan. What is the Ministry of Justice? Why does the imperial court need to establish the Ministry of Justice? Isn't it just to manage the injustice of the world? Isn't it to bring the grievances of the common people that cannot be resolved by themselves to the law, so that the imperial court can uphold justice? Director Chen is not the son of that unreasonable old woman, so who is he being filial on behalf of? Moreover, he is using the life of Madame Cheng, so who is he being generous? Yang Fan waved his sleeves and said in a clear voice that shook the roof tiles, "Therefore, this lowly official believes that Director Chen, under the guise of fake filial piety, caused an innocent to die in vain and should be retried." Yang Fan's words were powerful and resonant, and the last few words were like the sound of metal and stone piercing directly into the hearts of the people. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the meeting hall was moved. In the silence, no one made a sound for a long time. After a long time, Cui Yuanzong took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Director Chen and Yang Longzhong each have their own arguments, so it is not good for this official to make a decision. How about this, let's have a discussion, this case, should we retry it?" Chen Dong sat there with a cold smile on his face, a hint of disdain on his face. Yang Fan's words were quite touching, but the people present were all bureaucrats who had been through the ups and downs of officialdom for many years, not those ignorant commoners on the street. A few words could make their blood boil, and they would be at the mercy of others if they were hot-headed. In the officialdom, which one of them did not put the word benefit first and weigh it again and again? Would anyone agree with Yang Fan's opinion? Yang Fan? What is that? Would someone take the risk of offending him and stand on Yang Fan's side? Chen Dong gently curled his lips and picked up the cup of water on the table. The water was already warm and not scalding, but he still pretended to blow on it a few times. Then, he gently raised his eyelids and lightly swept his gaze over Yang Fan. The air of provocation was extremely thick. "Ahem." Sun Yuxuan lightly coughed and said, "Assistant Minister, in this lowly official's opinion, since there are still disputes in this case, why not retry it?" Chen Dong was startled and looked at him with some surprise. This fence-sitter, how come he has his own opinion today? Sun Yuxuan smiled with a harmless expression on his face, as if he was trying to smooth things over. That day, he had already seen Yang Fan's connections, and he had already calculated it clearly. At this time, speaking up for Yang Fan was like sending charcoal in snowy weather to Yang Fan. If Yang Fan could become powerful, he would have one more friend and one more path. Right now, Chen Dong had the upper hand. If he stood on Chen Dong's side, it would only be the icing on the cake. At most, he would go back and get a good look from Chen Dong. What else could he do? If he helped Yang Fan smooth things over at this time, and Yang Fan still lost, because today's action was not as important to Chen Dong as it was to Yang Fan. At most, they would not be too harmonious in the future, and he would not anger Chen Dong too much. Yan Xiaojun had the same idea as him, but he hesitated for a moment, and Sun Yuxuan beat him to it. If he spoke again, he wouldn't be able to be as calm as Sun Yuxuan, so he was a little annoyed. However, he did not know that the reason why Sun Yuxuan spoke first was because he drank Yang Fan's free wine every noon and was a little embarrassed to hide behind. He covered his mouth and coughed twice, then said to Cui Yuanzong, "Assistant Minister, a person's life is related to the heavens. This lowly official thinks that it is better to be cautious and re-examine the case." Other than Cui Yuanzong, who was the assistant minister, there were a total of 5 doctors present. Now that Yang Fan and Chen Dong had made their stand clear, and Sun Yuxuan and Yan Xiaojun both agreed to re-examine the case, 3 of the 5 doctors agreed to re-examine it. Whether Pai Erding expressed his stance or not, this case was destined to be re-examined. Pai Erding did not want to express his stance. He was Cui Yuanzong's man, and in his opinion, the battle between Yang Fan and Chen Dong was a dog-eat-dog situation. It did not matter who killed who. It was best if both of them died at the same time. However, Cui Yuanzong was secretly shocked. This Yang Fan is very scheming. Since when did he rope in Sun Yuxuan and Yan Xiaojun to be on his side? And I did not notice it at all. Cui Yuanzong secretly raised his guard and said with a smile, "If that is the case, then this case should be re-examined." Chen Dong did not expect Sun Yuxuan and Yan Xiaojun to speak up for Yang Fan. Ever since Cui Yuanzong entered the Ministry of Justice, these 2 fence-sitters had pledged their allegiance to him. However, their allegiance was only to follow Cui Yuanzong's arrangements and not to drag Cui Yuanzong down. They had never stood up for Cui Yuanzong and made things difficult for him. Who would have thought that today? Chen Dong thought anxiously. Could it be that Cui Yuanzong saw that he could not bring me down, and has the intention to use the tiger to swallow the wolf? He wants to use Yang Fan to be my enemy, and he can reap the benefits from his position? Hearing Cui Yuanzong say that the case would be re-examined, Chen Dong was also angry. He said stiffly, "Assistant Minister, my judgment is based on evidence. I do not agree with what Yang Longzhong said. Even if this case is re-examined, I will still make the same judgment." Cui Yuanzong said with a smile, "Since Yang Longzhong has objections, I will naturally send it to Yang Longzhong for a re-examination." Chen Dong was stunned and felt great regret. This old fox, he actually took the opportunity to bite me. Ever since Cui Yuanzong entered the Ministry of Justice, he had been hindered many times by him. Now that he had made a fool of him, Cui Yuanzong was very happy. He stood up with a smile and said, "All right, we have wasted too much time today. Let's call it a day. We will discuss the rest of the files in the next 10 days. With that said, he flicked his sleeves and walked away. This old dog, he did it on purpose. He used Yang Fan to fight with me. No matter who won or lost, he would clean up the mess. Chen Dong returned to his office and immediately cursed. The scribes and yamen runners stood in the outer hall. They knew that he was cursing at the main hall, but they could only pretend to be ignorant. At this moment, Luo Ling ran in like a wisp of smoke. He naturally knew that Chen Dong had suffered a setback, but he was actually beaming with joy. Doctor, something big has happened." Luo Ling tiptoed to Chen Dong's ear and muttered something. Chen Dong was startled and asked, "Really?" Luo Ling nodded and said, "Absolutely." Chen Dong sneered and said darkly, "You want to use this case to diminish my prestige? Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Now this case has become a hot potato. Even if you want to throw it to me, I won't take it." Chapter 422. Might. Once he finished shouting, a few bailiffs stood on both sides of the hall. Their wind and fire rods clattered on the ground without any rhythm. Yang Fan walked out from behind the screen in a new official's robe. Feng Shihui's face was ashen as he walked up to him. His lips trembled as he said, "Doctor, look. This is too much." Yang Fan scanned the situation in the hall and couldn't help but feel angry. It seemed like he was going to suffer the same fate as Pai Erding. He took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. With a pleasant expression, he asked, "What happened?" Feng Shihui pointed to the front of the hall. His finger was still trembling. "More than half of the bailiffs on duty aren't here. They say they suddenly fell ill. Even the scribes who are taking notes aren't here. They also say they fell ill." "Doctor, what are they?" Don't worry. Yang Fan patted him on the shoulder and grinned. He walked up the steps with a smile, turned to the back of the desk, held the desk with both hands, looked around, and slowly sat down. Yang Fan's 2 hands lightly tapped on the table for a while. He had an idea in his mind. The corner of his mouth slightly revealed a trace of a smile, and his voice became truly calm. Monitor. Your humble servant is here. One of the bailiffs stepped forward and bowed. Doctor, your humble servant is Deputy Monitor Yuan Han. Our monitor's name is Emochio. Oh, Deputy Monitor Yuan. Monitor Mo and the other bailiffs who haven't arrived yet, where are they? Deputy Monitor Yuan hugged his wind and fire rod and cupped his hands. Doctor, Monitor Mo and the other bailiffs who haven't arrived yet have suddenly fallen ill. They're vomiting and have diarrhea, so they've taken sick leave. Yang Fan frowned. How come I didn't know about this? Deputy Monitor Yuan hesitated and said, Doctor, Monitor Mo and the others have already taken sick leave from Dr. Chen. Oh, Yang Fan pretended to be enlightened. He turned his head and asked Feng Shihui, Manager Feng, has there ever been such a case of so many officials in the Ministry of Justice being infected at the same time? Feng Shihui said angrily, Never. They. Yang Fan quickly pressed his hands together and said, Don't be impatient. Calm down. Yang Fan stuck out his chest and said, In one yamen, half of the officials are sick at the same time. This kind of thing, Ben Guan has never heard of before. You guys are so muddle-headed. Why do you still look so muddle-headed, huh? Feng Shihui and Vice Class Leader Yuan were stunned. They looked at him in a daze, not understanding what he was talking about. Yang Fan looked solemnly at the sparse scribes and nobles in the hall and said, There are only two possibilities for such a situation. First, there is a plague. Second, the food in the kitchen was not clean. If it's just the food in the public kitchen that's not clean, then it's only our yamen's problem. But if it's a plague, then it's serious. Ah! Feng Shihui and Vice Class Leader Yuan were stunned at the same time, but Feng Shihui immediately reacted. If it weren't for the fact that this was not a suitable place to laugh, he would have laughed out loud and raised both of his thumbs. Brilliant! Really brilliant! Who said that our Yang Langzhong is a martial artist? This is quite the demeanor of a scholar like me. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he suddenly asked Yuan Han, Have you brought Chonglin and his son? Vice Class Leader Yuan was still thinking about the problem of the food being dirty and the outbreak of a plague. He didn't expect Yang Fan's thoughts to jump so quickly, and his brain couldn't keep up. He hurriedly replied, No, Chonglin is not at the docks. I heard that he went to gamble after he finished his work. Yang Fan stared at him and said, Gambling is not an evil act. How can the people at the docks not know where he gambles? Why can't they find him? Vice Class Leader Yuan avoided his gaze and replied with some fear, Doctor, the people who were sent to bring Chonglin to the docks did not find him. Yang Fan smiled and said, Oh, that's good too. Vice Class Leader Yuan. Yes, sir. From now on, you will temporarily take over the position of Vice Class Leader. Yuan Han stammered, Then Vice Class Leader Mo Yang Fan said sternly, Vice Class Leader Mo needs to be quarantined. All public servants who have contracted a plague must be quarantined. Yuan Han's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, How ruthless! Isn't he afraid of offending everyone? Quarantining was an epidemic prevention system that had been popular since the northern and southern dynasties. Once a person was quarantined, they would naturally not be able to work in the yamen. If they couldn't work, then they would not be able to receive their salaries, allowances, and even food. Money was a small problem. The problem was that once they were quarantined, they would have to be given an empty house and guarded together. What did that mean? It meant that people who were suspected of contracting the plague would have to leave their houses and move to the wilderness. They would have to build a few thatched huts for them and throw some food into the huts every day. They would leave them to their own devices and only return home when they were sure that they were fine. Yang Fan said sternly, This is the capital city, the residence of the emperor. There are millions of people here. How can we not pay attention to the possibility of a plague? He coldly swept his gaze across the hall and said, scribe, write this down?" The scribe was sitting behind a small table, and was in a daze with his mouth open. When he heard the word, "write down," he quickly spread out a piece of paper, and picked up his brush. He did not dare to hesitate at all. Yang Fan also did not sit behind the table. He stood up and slowly paced in the hall. He thought for a while and said, "I said, you will do the polishing." The scribe hurriedly replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." Yang Fan said, "Even though we do not know if the people who are suffering from an emergency in my yamen are suffering from a plague, but once there are symptoms, we cannot be negligent. This has always been the rule of the imperial court. Therefore, I have the following measures. Assistant Minister Chui of my yamen, the Luoyang Magistrate, the Imperial Medicine Bureau, the Imperial Physician Bureau, the Medicine Depository Bureau, the Hanlin Academy Medical Waiting for Imperial Edict, the Malady Square, and other yamens, please consult and report to the Political Affairs Hall." The scribe's hand trembled and left a blob of ink on the paper. There were some things that could be done under the table. But they could not be brought up to the table. Otherwise, they would be breaking the unspoken rules of the entire profession and would incur public anger. But Yang Fan used the pretense of preventing the plague, and did not mention a word about the dirty relationship between him and Chen Dong. This was very open and aboveboard. Yang Fan lightly slapped his forehead and thought as he walked. He then said, "The imperial court will take care of the matters outside. The matter will be reported to the imperial court, and it will be handled by the imperial court. Let's just talk about the yamen of the Ministry of Justice. First, check the public kitchen. Food must be stopped from today onwards. Everyone can go out for lunch. Only when it is confirmed that there are no problems with the public kitchen, and that no one is suffering from the plague, can the public kitchen be reopened to ensure safety." The scribe's hand trembled again. Yang Fan stared at him. He quickly lowered his head and continued writing, no longer looking at Yang Fan. Yang Fan continued, "Secondly, carry out a major cleanup of the yamen. Mud, dirty water, sewage, and latrines must all be thoroughly cleaned out. This is to prevent stagnant qi and the plague from growing. The third point is isolation. Everyone who reported to be sick today, please ask the Luoyang Prefecture and the Malady Square to come forward and quarantine them in the countryside. They will be given medicine to prevent the spread of the plague. Fourthly, if there is anyone in the yamen who is listless and sick, immediately quarantine them. The yamen runners who were standing crookedly on both sides immediately straightened their bodies. Fifthly, please ask the Imperial Medical Bureau and the Imperial Medical Bureau to immediately prepare a medicinal soup for the epidemic and distribute it to everyone in the yamen to drink every day. Also, distribute it to all the yamen offices in the 3 provinces and 6 departments." The yamen runners who had straightened their bodies immediately grinned, as if they had just swallowed a mouthful of yellow lotus. This is all I can think of for now. Have you written it all down?" The scribe nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. He repeatedly said, "I've written it down, I've written it down." Yang Fan said, "Make another copy immediately." The scribe agreed. He hurriedly grinded his brush, and quickly made a copy. Yang Fan took a copy and looked at it. He praised, "Good writing. The wording is also good." It was already autumn, and the weather was not hot, but the scribe seemed to be very hot. He raised his sleeve to wipe the cold sweat on his temples and smiled sheepishly. "Dr. Zhong, you flatter me." Yang Fan rolled up the copy in his hand and stuffed it into his sleeve. He chuckled and said, "This is not flattering. I was born a military general and am a boorish man. When it comes to writing documents, I am far inferior to you." The scribe laughed dryly and did not dare to reply. Yang Fan said, "All right, immediately send the copy on your desk to Assistant Minister Chui." Oh. The scribe quickly picked up the record on his desk and ran to the back of the yamen as fast as he could. The vice-chairman and acting chairman of the Ministry of Justice, Yuan Han, hesitated and asked, "Dr. Zhong, Our court has been promoted. Do we still need to interrogate the case? Yang Fan said, the witnesses are not complete. Even the people working in the yamen are not complete. How can we interrogate the case? Yang Fan returned to the back of the public desk and looked at the yamen runners on both sides. Although they were sparse, they had unknowingly stood tall and straight like javelins. He grabbed the gavel and slammed it down with a bang. He shouted in an imposing manner, "Dismissed!" Ouch! The gavel slammed down. Yang Fan frowned like a delicate lady who had accidentally stretched her slender waist. He pinched an orchid with one hand and held the back of his waist with the other. He slowly sat down behind the desk. Feng Shihui and Yuan Han hurriedly stepped forward and asked nervously, "Dr. Zhong, what happened to you?" Yang Fan rubbed his forehead. After a long time, he gently raised his head and said with a heavy expression, "I suddenly felt dizzy and my vision blurred. I feel nauseous. I am afraid. I am also infected with an acute disease." Feng Shihui and Vice Chairman Yuan were dumbfounded. Yang Fan jumped up and said with a serious expression, "You should quickly step back, lest you get infected by me. I will set an example and immediately quarantine them. In order to prevent Assistant Minister from being infected, I will not ask for leave from Assistant Minister Chui. Please help me tell Assistant Minister Chui that I will go home and quarantine my whole family." Dr. Zhong, Feng Shihui and Deputy Squad Leader Yuan eagerly watched Yang Fan stride out of the courtroom. Yang Fan waved his sleeves and left in high spirits. Looking at his energetic appearance, there was no possibility of him getting sick at all. Feng Shihui glanced at Deputy Monitor Yuan and murmured, "Isn't this a little too big?" Deputy Yuan sighed, "There are really people who are not afraid of it." The scribe took the 5 rules of the Ministry of Justice on epidemic prevention, written by Yang Fan, but he did not go straight to Assistant Minister Chui of the back yamen. Halfway there, he turned to the Ministry of Justice and barged into Chen Dong's room. "Dr. Chen," he said anxiously, "it's big, this time it's big." Chapter 423. Chen Dong finished reading what Yang Fan had written and sneered. "Go, send it to Assistant Minister Chui." The scribe stared at him blankly and hesitated. "Doctor," Chen Dong said, "go. Do you think Assistant Minister Chui will let him do as he pleases? Do you think he will look good if this scandal is exposed?" The scribe came to a sudden realization and hurriedly said, "I will go now." The scribe rushed to the back of the yamen. Luoling moved closer to Chen Dong and said, "Doctor, this Yang Fan is not easy to deal with." Chen Dong glanced at him and said indifferently, "Panicking just like that? We still have a trump card. If we can't break it with one move, humph. He will know who has the final say in the Ministry of Justice." Chen Dong put his hands behind his back and sneered, "That case has been reported to the Supreme Court, right?" After getting Luoling's confirmation, Chen Dong smiled and said, "Good. After the Supreme Court is done with the trial, it will be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for review. That case is related to the one he is handling. I will see what he will do when the time comes." He patted Luoling's shoulder and said earnestly, "A moment of pride is nothing. The one who laughs last is the winner." In the back of the yamen, Bodhisattva Chui received the document from the scribe and immediately frowned. He said unhappily, "Nonsense. If there's anything inappropriate, can't you tell me? How could you create such a mess?" The scribe said embarrassedly, "Yang Longzhong said that we should inform the medical bureau, the Luoyang prefecture, the Sufferers Square. Ignore him." Chui Yuanzong's face darkened and he waved his hand. "Go, ask him to see me." Before he could finish, Feng Shihui hurried in and bowed to Chui Yuanzong, saying, "Assistant Minister, Yang Longzhong said that he is feeling unwell. I am afraid that he has also contracted the plague, so he has been quarantined at home." Chui Yuanzong was stunned and said angrily, "He did not even inform me?" Feng Shihui laughed dryly. Yang Longzhong said that he might have infected the vice minister. Cui Yuanzong didn't know whether to laugh or to be angry. He pointed at him and the scribe and said, "You two, go to the Yang family immediately and tell him to come see me. I'm not afraid of infection." When it was almost noon, Feng Shihui and the scribe returned. Cui Yuanzong saw that Yang Fan did not return with them. He stood up unhappily and said, "Where is Yang Fan?" The scribe said, "Yang Longzhong's movement is very fast." When lowly officer arrived at the Yang mansion and inquired, the Yang mansion's people said that Ah Lang and Den Yangzi had already left the mansion. Cui Yuanzong sneered, "Did you imprison yourself in the countryside, or did you go sightseeing somewhere? Find out where he is and bring him back for me." Feng Shihui stepped forward and answered solemnly, "Lowly officer has already inquired. Yang Longzhong has gone to White Horse Temple." Cui Yuanzong sat back in his chair after hearing this. After a long while, he slowly picked up the 5 rules of the Ministry of Justice for epidemic prevention of the Yang family from the table. It seemed that he did not want to read it, but his expression was uncertain. Feng Shihui stole a glance at him and said ambiguously, "Yang Longzhong made 2 copies of this official document and took one with him. I don't know what is his intention." Cui Yuanzong's expression changed again. After a long silence, he said slowly, "Report the epidemic prevention to the Political Affairs Hall." The scribe was shocked and was about to say something when Cui Yuanzong stopped him with a cold look. At this time, the head chef Wang Wan came in with a sumptuous plate and said politely, "Vice Minister, it's time for lunch." Cui Yuanzong glared at him and said angrily, "What do you want to eat? Close the kitchen. From today onwards, all lunch services will be stopped." "Why is that?" Cui Yuanzong wanted to say something but hesitated. He first waved his hand to let Feng Shihui and the scribe leave. After the two left, the furious expression on Cui Yuanzong's face suddenly disappeared. He said with a relaxed smile, "Don't ask too much. Just do as I say." Wang Wan was quite reluctant. Cui Yuanzong glared at him and said, "Don't just stare at your small territory. Do as I say." Wang Wan had no choice but to agree and leave with the plate. Cui Yuanzong stroked his beard and thought for a moment. Then he smiled and said loudly, "Come. Call Minister Pai to come with me to eat outside the yamen." There was a hint of schadenfreude in Cui Yuanzong's words. That old man is really a clay statue. He's not worthy of being a magistrate. He can't do anything about Yang Fan's nonsense. When Chen Dong heard the scribe's report, he slammed the table angrily and began to wander around the room. After a while, he chuckled and comforted himself, "It's nothing. Unfortunately, he still doesn't know that this case has caused another storm. Go ahead, go ahead. I'll let him be complacent for now. Let's see how he deals with this." At this moment, Luo Ling rushed back in exasperation and said, "Minister, the kitchen is actually closed. All the perfectly fine dishes have been poured into the bucket of swill." This, Chen Dong snorted and said, "Let's go out and eat." In the White Horse Temple, below Qiyun Tower, Yang Fan and Xiao Man were accompanied by the temple's true abbot, Master Sanshan, and the former abbot, Monk Ijua. They walked slowly. Master Sanshan pointed at them and explained the historical sites in the temple from time to time. The White Horse Temple was the first ancient temple in China. It was the first temple built by the government after Buddhism was introduced to the Central Plains, so there were obviously many moss-covered ancient buildings and trees in the temple. Yang Fan saw Feng Shihui rush into the backyard and stand on the steps below Qiyun Tower. He smiled at Master Sanshan and bowed with his palms together. He said, "Master, please." Master Sanshan bowed back at him and led Xiao Man into Qiyun Tower with Monk Ijua. Yang Fan walked down the steps and arrived beside a stone bench with Feng Shihui. With a sweep of his sleeve, he brushed away a few fallen leaves and said with a smile, "Let's sit and talk." Yes, yes. Feng Shihui was excited. He waited for Yang Fan to sit down before sitting to the side. He only placed half his butt on the stone bench to show his respect for Yang Fan. Yang Fan did not mind his careful behavior. He only asked with a smile, "How is it?" At this time, the sky was already slanting. Sunlight passed through the rustling leaves and shone on their faces, bodies, and the ground. The wind blew and the trees moved, causing their shadows to sway gently. Within the shadows of the trees, it seemed like only the two of them were motionless. It was quite a sight to behold in the temple. However, the words the two of them spoke were unbearably vulgar. It was nothing more than the mortal methods of fighting for fame and wealth, and scheming against each other. Assistant Minister Cui had no other choice. He could only send Lang Zhong's records to the Political Affairs Hall. Minister Li reported it to the Emperor, and the Emperor decreed that the entire city of Luoyang should be vaccinated. Our Ministry of Justice is the most important disaster area. When Feng Shihui reached this point, he could not help but laugh. Everyone in the government office was mobilized. They cleaned up every nook and cranny. They worked for 2 whole days and sprinkled lime on the damp places. That was not all. The people from the Shang pharmacy also came. Every day, they brewed medicinal soup that was more bitter than bile and forced everyone to drink it. They drank it so much that no one had the appetite to go out for lunch. Yang Fan smiled faintly. The Emperor still gave him face. Originally, you were the one who pushed me into the Ministry of Justice. Now that I have used my methods, if you do not cooperate and undermine me, then why did you let me come? Yang Fan did not want to hear about the sorry state of the Ministry of Justice. He only asked, what was the reaction of the officials? What did Assistant Minister Cui and Lang Zhong say? Feng Shihui beamed with joy and said, ever since Assistant Minister Cui sent Lang Zhong's records to the Political Affairs Hall and after the Emperor made his decision, he has become a clay bodhisattva again. He doesn't care what the higher-ups do, he doesn't care how the lower levels complain, as if nothing has happened. It looks like he wants to watch from the sidelines. Yang Fan smiled and interrupted, he did not want me to go back? Feng Shihui chuckled and said, why wouldn't I want to? It's just that when he heard that Lang Zhong entered White Horse Temple, he would not dare to come back even if you lent him the courage. Yang Fan gently stroked his knee and thought for a moment. He then asked, what about Chen Dong? Feng Shihui said, Dr. Chen is still stubbornly holding on, there's no need to talk about Assistant Minister Cui's speechlessness, but Pai Erding is taking this opportunity to attack him with all his might. In the beginning, everyone's meals were cut off and they suffered, and they still have a lot of complaints against Dr. Chen. But they can't do anything to you, and they can't extricate themselves. Under Pai Erding's instigation, this resentment naturally concentrated on Chen Dong. As for Sun Yuxuan and Yan Xiaojun, they are very slippery. Right now, Assistant Minister Cui is silent and you, the main character, is not here. They will not do anything to offend Chen Dong, but they will also not support him. Hey! Even a lowly guard in the Yamen is not an idiot. They are not doing anything. Their attitude is already clear enough. Who would not see it? Now, the wind is gradually leaning towards Lang Zhong. Do you think it is time to go back and clean up the mess? Yang Fan frowned and said, no, no, no. Don't talk to me about the excitement. Those things on the surface are actually useless. We are dealing with Chen Dong, so the most important thing is his reaction. Has he not panicked yet? When Yang Fan said this, Feng Shihui couldn't help but frown. Yes. The strange thing is that he really does not seem to be panicking. It is one thing for these things to torment him. Also, those scribes and Yamen servants who were instigated by him to claim they were sick and did not come when Lang Zhong was questioning the case were all taken to the desolate countryside and locked up. Every day they would throw some salted vegetables and flatbread in. The parents and brothers of these people found out from somewhere that the reason their loved ones were like this was all because they were instigated by Chun Dong to go against you, the Minister of Justice. So they went to him every day to make a fuss, telling him to save their loved ones. They said all sorts of unpleasant things, and even the people by his side were annoyed, but he actually didn't panic. Feng Shihui thought about it and said, I have carefully investigated the details of his actions. He really does not panic. I even paid special attention to which restaurant he went to eat at noon. After he left, I went to the restaurant and asked the waiter about his appetite. It was no different from before. Yang Fan's brows furrowed slightly. He muttered, Does he not know that he does not need me to overturn the case? As long as he is unable to do anything to me, it will be enough to cause him to lose a great deal of prestige in the Ministry of Justice? What else does he rely on? Yang Fan stood up and paced slowly for a while. Suddenly, he stopped and said in a low voice, There is only one chance. We must be careful. Go back and investigate, especially the actions of his follower, Luo Ling. There are some things that he cannot show himself for, so it will most likely fall on this Luo Ling. I want to know what he is relying on. Chapter 424. Yang Fan watched Feng Shihui's figure disappear behind the yellow walls of the temple. He slowly turned his head and looked up at the Qiun Tower. It was as tall as a mountain, also known as Qiun. The 13-story tower was completely made of wood. It stood tall and straight, elegant and beautiful. There was only a single arched door on the south side of the tower, allowing one to look into the distance. At this moment, Master San Shan and Monk Yizhua stood with Xiao Man at the top of the tower that seemed to reach the clouds. They gazed into the distance and pointed around. Yang Fan did not go up. He stood with his hands behind his back and slowly paced around the bottom of the tower, going through the matters of the Ministry of Justice in detail again. As soon as he sorted through his thoughts, Xiao Man emerged from the tower under the accompaniment of Master San Shan and the Yizhua monk. She smiled at him. Lang Jun, you can see all of Luoyang from here. It's really interesting. Why don't you go up and take a look? Yang Fan smiled. This isn't the first time Master Shui and I have ascended Qiun Tower. Oh, after wandering around for so long, my wife should be rather tired. I'll ask Senior Brother Yizhua to accompany you back to the guest room first. Master Sanshan and I will take a stroll over there. Xiao Man could probably tell that something was up to Yang Fan. Her clever eyes flashed, and she pursed her lips into a smile before leaving with Monk Yizhua. The Master San Shan counted his prayer beads and stood there with a smile the entire time. Only when Xiao Man had left did he bow towards Yang Fan and ask with a smile, Doctor, is there something you want to ask me? Yang Fan said, Yes. I'd like to ask you, Master. If someone has become a monk in Luoyang, and I don't know which temple she's in, is there any way to find her easily? The Master San Shan was taken aback. He saw how strange his question was, so he guessed there must be something off about it. However, it was inconvenient for him to ask about it, so he answered, May I ask if the person you're talking about is a man or a woman, and if they've become a monk or a Taoist? Yang Fan smiled bitterly. About that, she's a woman. As for whether she's a monk or a Taoist, I really don't know. I only know that she became a monk in Luoyang. Oh, when Master San Shan heard it was a woman, he seemed to understand something, even though he did not actually understand it. He stroked his snow-like white beard and said, It is naturally as difficult as ascending to the heavens for an ordinary person to find such a monk. However, with your status, Yang Longzhong, as long as you know her name, it is not difficult to find her. Yang Fan's spirits rose, and he hurriedly said, Please advise me, Master. Master San Shan said, In the past, the affairs of monks and Taoists have always been managed by the Chamberlain of Dependency's lofty mystery bureau. Ever since the Empress ascended to the throne, the management of the monks and nuns was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rites. The authority to manage the Taoists belonged to the imperial clan temple. As long as Yang Longzhong checks with these two yamans, do you think he won't be able to find her whereabouts? Yang Fan was overjoyed. He asked, there must be records of their identities in these two yamans? Master Sanshan said, of course. Anyone who becomes a monk must first study diligently under a master before being recommended by the master and approved by the court. When monks and Taoists are ordained in the two capitals of Chang'an and Luoyang, an imperial censor is required to be present. Only then can they receive their credentials and become legal monks and Taoists. The court has a household register for monks and Taoists. They are like commoners, and they are registered once every 3 years for inspection. There can't be a mistake. Yang Fan felt like a huge burden had been lifted off his chest. He said happily, that's good. I've asked around in private for a long time, but I still haven't received any information. Sure enough, I have to ask someone as understanding as you, Master. That makes things easier. All I need to do is… When Yang Fan reached there, he suddenly blanked out. He slowly turned towards Sanshan and asked in doubt, Master, that can't be right. When I first became a monk, there were no imperial censors present. There was no one to verify my name or register me. Master Sanshan's brows twitched a few times. He pressed his palms together and said, Amitba. Master Huai was the one who shaved Langzhong back then. Master Huai's shaving needs no approval, and which imperial censor would be bold enough to testify? Yang Fan came to a realization. He said, that's good. No matter what, it's impossible for her to have been shaved by Master Shui. If that's the case, there'll definitely be records of it in the ancestral temple or the ancestral temple. That's not necessarily the case. Yang Fan's words reminded Master Sanshan of something. He hurriedly added, is Langzhong sure that she's already a monk? If she's just a good faith who studies with her master and hasn't officially become a monk, then the authorities obviously won't have any records. Also, there's a class of people in the capital who call themselves monks the moment they put on Taoist robe. Actually, you know, although these women wear Taoist robes, their daily necessities are the same as when they're at home. They even have many servant girls around them. Those people are also dressed like monks. Actually, Yang Fan could not help but frown when he heard that. She definitely won't go to the secluded cultivation places that you speak of. However, if she hasn't officially become a monk yet… Yang Fan slapped his forehead. No matter what, I'll go to the ancestral temple and the ancestral temple to check first. Thank you, Master. Yang Fachi, I'll be taking my leave. Take care, take care. Luo Faji clasped his hands at Yang Ji in a perfunctory manner. The person who had come was only a regular bailiff from the Ministry of Justice. If it were not for the fact that he served Minister Chen Dong of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Ji could not be bothered with him at all. Feng Shihui was in another recording room, currently chatting with someone he was familiar with. The window was open, so he happened to be able to see what was going on in the courtyard. As soon as he saw Luo Ling leave, he immediately bid farewell to his good friend and left the recording room, tailing Yang Ji. As soon as Yang Fachi returned to his recording room, Feng Shihui tailed him in. Feng Shihui might not be proud of his position in the Ministry of Justice now, but he had enjoyed some glory in the past. He knew Yang Ji as well. Although they were not extremely close friends, their relationship was not exactly cold. Feng Shihui smiled and clasped his hands at Yang Fachi, saying, Yang Fachi, long time no see. Feng Shihui stayed in Yang Fachi's recording room for about an hour before leaving with a smile on his face. Yang Ji sent him to the courtyard. Looking at Feng Shihui's receding figure, he shook his head in bewilderment. He muttered to himself, what's going on? Even if Minister Pan of the Ministry of Appointments asked for help, he should have asked the prison-breaking officer of this temple. Why did he go to the Ministry of Justice instead of what's close at hand? So many people from the Ministry of Justice came one after another, but none of them had any weight. Yang Ji could not understand no matter how much he thought about it. He shook his head and returned to his room. Feng Shihui left the Supreme Court. Without even returning to the Ministry of Justice, he rode straight to the White Horse Temple. Yang Fan lived in the White Horse Temple in the name of recuperating his body and observing whether or not he was infected with any diseases. These days, he was really very idle. Every day, if he wasn't chatting with his fellow disciples, undressing and playing chess, he would accompany his wife to stroll around. He was really free and unfettered. Ever since the two of them got married, there had been many disturbances. This was the first time the two of them had put aside all the mundane affairs of the world. They were together day and night, and they were intimate. It was like mixing oil with honey. At this time, the husband and wife were fishing by the Luo River beside the White Horse Temple. This area belonged to the White Horse Temple. Since the White Horse Temple had the evil monk Xuehuai, no one dared to come here to check if anyone was fishing. Other than the people of the White Horse Temple, no one dared to fish here. Therefore, this area was very quiet with only the husband and wife. A real monk would not kill. As for those fake monks, if they wanted to eat fish, they could go to the store to eat. Who would understand the joy of fishing? Therefore, the Luo River became a small world for the husband and wife. The sunlight had lost its power of summer. It was very warm and comfortable when it shone on their bodies. The surface of the water was sparkling, and the two bobbers were gently blown by the wind, drifting close to each other yet far from each other. The fishing rod was stuck in the ground, and the beautiful woman was in his arms. Yang Fan leaned against a warm big rock. He held his wife's soft and delicate body in his arms. He smelled the fragrance of her hair. His head rested on the big rock, and his eyes were slightly closed. The two of them did not speak. They just quietly enjoyed this warm time. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Lang Zhong, Yang Langzhong. Yang Fan listened attentively and suddenly sat up straight. Xiao Man, who was drowsy in his arms, sat up. She opened her eyes and said, "It seems to be calling for Lang Jun." Yang Fan said, "Yes, I'll go take a look." There was a fish basket submerged in the water next to him. There were a few fat fish inside. The rope of the fish basket was tied to the stool under Yang Fan's buttock. When he got up, the stool was relatively light, and the fish basket almost fell into the water, allowing the fish to escape. Xiao Man quickly grabbed it and sat on the stool. She snorted and said, "You want to run? It's not that easy. This one is steamed and this one is fried." Yang Fan listened to Xiao Man's childish words and smiled as he walked over to Feng Shihui. Lang Zhong really has a divine plan. As soon as Feng Shihui walked to Yang Fan's side, he did not forget his specialty and immediately sent a flattering message. Yang Fan said, "What, did you gain something?" Feng Shihui said, "I already know what Chundong is relying on." Yang Fan led him into the green forest. Looking at the half-exposed spire of Chiyun Tower in the forest, he said in a deep voice, "Let's hear it. Let's see what other trump cards our Dr. Chun has not used." Pan Junyi is dead. Pan Junyi. For a moment Yang Fan did not know who this person Feng Shihui suddenly mentioned was. He was startled for a moment before he remembered that this person was the main culprit behind Madame Cheng's innocent death, the son of Pan Ziwen, the Ministry of Appointments vice-chairman. Yang Fan was shocked. Pan Junyi? How did he die? Feng Shihui said, "Didn't Chonglin owe him a large gambling debt?" He wanted to use this gambling debt to force Chonglin to give up his wife, but who knew that Chonglin's wife, Madame Cheng, was beaten to death by her mother-in-law. Since the person was already gone, he wanted to ask for money, so he personally went to your house to ask for the debt. Yang Fan said angrily, "Madame Cheng was killed by him, and he still dares to come to ask for it?" Feng Shihui sighed. This is what a so-called evil person is like. Although this person's behavior is abominable, he does things in a watertight manner. What can we do to him? Yang Fan snorted and said, "Continue." Feng Shihui said, That Chonglin was schemed against by him and ended up owing a huge debt. I beat a beautiful woman to death, and I'm now locked up in jail awaiting my sentence. Yet, this Pan Junyi actually came knocking on my door to demand payment. Even a rabbit will bite when it's anxious. Although this Chonglin is useless, he has gone crazy and started fighting with Pan Junyi. Chonglin's son, Chong Jigua, was observing mourning for his mother in front of the memorial tablet. When he saw his father fighting with Pan Junyi, his face turned red and he could not struggle, so he picked up his mother's memorial tablet and smashed it on the back of Pan Junyi's head. In the end, Pan Junyi died. Yes. Chapter 425. Yang Fan furrowed his brows. Leaves were already falling from the forest. The trees here were mainly elm and poplar trees. The leaves on the branches were dark green, and as the wind blew, some of the yellowed leaves fell off the branches and rolled on the ground, quietly gathering into a pile. When the two of them stepped on it, there was no clear sound of breaking leaves, only a rustling sound, like a silkworm swallowing mulberry leaves. When the two of them circled the forest for the second time, Feng Shihui had already explained everything. After Pan Junyi's death, the case was reported to the Luoyang government. This was because, other than major cases of rebellion, all other cases could not be reported to the higher authorities and had to go through this procedure. After the Luoyang government received the complaint, they used the excuse that Pan Junyi's father was a member of the Ministry of Justice's Board of Examiners and that he himself was a scholar with scholarly honors. Without a trial, they directly transferred the case to the Supreme Court. In the division of responsibilities of the three departments of law, the Supreme Court was responsible for the trials of cases involving officials in the capital, except for cases specially ordered by the emperor. For example, Yang Fan was an official in the capital. He was involved in a rebellion and should have been tried by the Supreme Court. However, the emperor had designated it to be tried by the office of imperial messengers, so the Supreme Court did not have to interfere. When the Supreme Court received the case, they did not pay much attention. This case was clearly a case of injury and death, and the victim was a descendant of an official while the other was a normal commoner. What was so difficult about this case? The facts were clear and the verdict was well-founded. The Supreme Court quickly made a verdict: the murderer will die, and Chong Ziyuan will pay with his life. When the verdict was made, the Supreme Court realized that they had been tricked by the Luoyang government. They had poked a hornet's nest. There was only one reason why the Luoyang government had transferred the case to the Supreme Court without a trial: to avoid trouble. As it turned out, the case of the Chong family's old woman beating her daughter-in-law to death had already spread like wildfire. A beautiful woman who had died an innocent and tragic death would always arouse sympathy. In this case, the mother-in-law was imprisoned, the son lost his wife, the grandson lost his mother, and the innocent woman died tragically. The cause of all this was Pan Junyi, who was still at large. Whether it was those who spoke for the mother-in-law or those who sympathized with the daughter-in-law, everyone hated this person. However, in this murder case, although his role was not honorable, he did not need to bear any legal responsibility. It had not even been 7 days since Madame Cheng's body was laid to rest in her house, yet he had come to her door to force her to pay her debt. He had even fought with Chong Lin in front of the memorial tablet of the deceased. Chong Ziyuan, the son of the Chong family, had attacked him out of anger and used his mother's memorial tablet to smash him to death. In the eyes of the common people, this was retribution. Chong Ziyuan's mother was killed by Pan Junyi, and now the government wants to kill her son. 3 generations of the Chong family are all in prison because of this case. Is there still justice in this world? The people of the Tang dynasty still had a little bit of fierce spirit in their bone. In addition, Wu Zetian often mobilized the masses to fight against the bureaucrats over the years, so the people really did not have much respect for the officials. As a result, the common people first gathered together, indescribably angry. When the anger was at its peak, there was one person who took the lead. Everyone made a rallying cry and organized themselves to rush to the imperial envoy platform in a grandiose manner, to cry out for justice on behalf of the Chang family's brat. What was the monster trainer stationed for? One of their important duties was to impeach the officials. When the officials from the Ministry of Works wrote their work reports, they wrote about how many roads they had built, how many bridges they had laid, and how many major projects they had presided over. When the officials from the Ministry of Rights wrote their work reports, they wrote about how many examinations they had taken this year, how many schools they had opened, how many people they had educated. As for the imperial envoy, they wrote about how many officials they had sued. This was their main political achievement. Seeing that this year's examination of merit was approaching, the imperial envoy station immediately followed the will of the people and impeached the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court insisted that they had judged the case according to the evidence, and that it was fair, just, and open. The two sides were in a deadlock. Luo Ling had gone to the Supreme Court to inquire about this case. It was obvious that Chen Dong wanted to use this case to do something. Yang Fan pondered and said, "The Supreme Court is responsible for the cases of the officials in the capital. Pan Junyi is not an official, but the son of an official in the capital. Although his scholar status is a scholarly title, he is not considered an official. The Supreme Court does not need to try this case, but they have neglected it. Since they have already accepted the case and pronounced the verdict, they naturally cannot withdraw the case and return it to Luoyang for trial." Feng Shihui said, "Yes. The reason the Luoyang government transferred the case to the Supreme Court without even trying it is probably because the Chang family's misfortune has aroused great public anger. They have already heard about it. After all, the Luoyang government has direct jurisdiction over the people of Luoyang. It is impossible for them not to have noticed it." Yang Fan nodded and said, "Yes." Which imperial envoy from the imperial envoy station brought up the impeachment? Su Yugong? In Yang Fan's impression, the imperial envoy station seemed to have only one good official left. The one who followed the will of the people to impeach the Supreme Court was most likely Su Yugong. Feng Shihui said, "It is not Su Yugong. It is Wan Guojun." Yang Fan suddenly stood still and looked at Feng Shihui in surprise. Feng Shihui nodded his head and said, "Yes, it is Wan Guojun." Yang Fan said suspiciously, "Wan Guojun? He is Lai Junchen's confidant. He has always been hiding behind the scenes and advising Lai Junchen like a military advisor. After Lai Junchen was demoted to Tongzhou to join the army, he was promoted to deputy minister of the imperial censor. He has been flying low and retracting his wings, and the entire imperial envoy station has become quiet. This time, the victim is an official from the Ministry of Appointments, and the Supreme Court is the one handling the case. He has been making things difficult for these two yamens at the same time. If we say he is really pleading for the people, I am afraid we are giving him too much credit. What does he mean by this?" Feng Shihui frowned and said, "Flying low and retracting his wings might not really be willing to stay silent. Perhaps he is about to attack." Yang Fan thought for a moment and slowly nodded. "Yes. I think he is also unwilling to let the power of the imperial envoy station fall to someone else. The reason he is willing to interfere in this matter is probably because he wants to coerce the will of the people, rebuild his image, and restore the prestige of the imperial envoy station. Perhaps this is also a test of the emperor's attitude towards the imperial envoy station. That is why he chose this not too big of a case as a stepping stone." Yang Fan asked, "What does the imperial envoy station suggest?" Feng Shihui said, "The imperial envoy station thinks that Pan Junyi has lost his morals and made the first mistake. At that time, he was fighting with Chang Lin. Chang Ziyuan, in order to save his father, hurriedly intervened. This is a show of filial piety. It was not his intention to kill by mistake. Moreover, he is young, so his punishment can be reduced by one class and sentenced to exile." Yang Fan looked at Feng Shihui and said, "Then, in your opinion, what does Chen Dong want to do?" Feng Shihui's face had a hint of bitterness. Right now, the Imperial Envoy Station and the Supreme Court are at loggerheads. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Imperial Envoy Station are the three law departments of the Imperial Court. Since the Imperial Envoy Station and the Supreme Court are at loggerheads, then this case will have to be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for review. Yang Fan touched his nose and asked curiously, "So what? Should I be the judge of this case?" Feng Shihui imitated him and pinched his nose and said, "The case of Chong Lin's mother beating her daughter-in-law to death was snatched by you, Lang Zhong. This related case should naturally be judged by you. These two cases are intricately linked." Feng Shihui's voice contained a hint of bitterness. He was probably complaining that Yang Fan did not use the case that had been decided in advance to challenge him. Instead, he rashly chose this case that did not seem complicated at the time and got himself involved. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Don't make such an expression. It is not the end of the line yet." The two of them continued to walk forward. Yang Fan counted his fingers and said, "In that case, I think I understand a little. In the name of filial piety, Chen Dong reduced the punishment of the old woman from the Chong family, but I insist that he should be sentenced to death according to the law. Now that the Supreme Court wants to hand over this case, if I follow the Supreme Court's judgment and sentence the Chong family's son to death," Feng Shihui said, "then Lang Zhong will not be able to escape the name of a cruel official. Not only will he lose the support of the people, but the Imperial Envoy Station will also have an excuse to attack you. As for cruel officials, everyone used to look at them with a respectful distance. Ever since a handsome official was demoted, it has become a little like everyone wants to beat him up. Lang Zhong, you have just taken up a post in the Ministry of Justice, and you are sitting in the position that Zhou Xing used to sit in. If Lang Zhong shows even the slightest inclination, the officials in the court will definitely stifle a possible new cruel official in the bud." Yang Fan said, "What if I follow the Imperial Envoy Station's decision and reduce the punishment of the Chong family's son by one?" Feng Shihui said, "Then, the Supreme Court will make a big fuss about this, saying that you sentenced the old woman from the Chong family to death and sentenced the Chong family's son to life is differential treatment, trying to buy people's hearts. It is still hard to say now, but what can be predicted is that Sir will definitely offend the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Appointments, and also Wei Wang." Yang Fan's eyebrows slightly raised and asked, "What does this case have to do with Wei Wang?" Feng Shihui said, "The Ministry of Appointments Vice-Chancellor is now Wei Wang's disciple." Yang Fan was stunned for a moment, then laughed involuntarily. Without drawing a knife, he can cut off the enemy's head. Dr. Chen is really good at scheming. Yang Fan was determined to make things difficult for Chen Dong, so he had to start with Chen Dong's case. No matter how many tricks he did in the dark, they were all in the dark. In the end, he had to use these things that were laid out in the open, and defeat the other party fair and square. Only then could he ensure his position. As for which case he chose to make things difficult for, it was not important. Any case was just a weapon used in the battle between Chen Dong and Yang Fan. Therefore, when Yang Fan heard that the wife of the Qing family, whom he once knew, had died unjustly, he was stirred up by righteous indignation and changed his opinion on his own accord, choosing this case as a breakthrough point. But man proposes, God disposes. At that time, no one would have thought that this case would have a follow-up development. Not only did it become more complicated, but it also involved the Imperial Envoy Station and the Supreme Court, and even the Ministry of Appointments and Wei Wang. This case actually involved all three law departments, and all of them were involved. Wei Wang. Wu Qingxi Yang Fan suddenly remembered Wan Er's earnest advice to him. At this moment, Lang Jun, you can touch anyone but the Wu family. You must never touch them. The Emperor's mind has been made up. I'm afraid the crown prince will come from the Wu family. If it's not Wu Qingxi, then it's Wu Sanxi. But it's still hard to say who the crown prince will fall on. Lang Jun is still young, and the future is long. You can't easily decide who your family belongs to. The Ministry of Justice is the Emperor's eyes and ears. Lang Jun only needs to do his best to be the eyes and ears. When Yang Fan thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh softly. He raised his head to look at the treetops above his head. The treetops swayed under the light breeze. The sunlight followed the swaying of the treetops. Sometimes it shone on his shoulder, and sometimes it became a shadow. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. What can I do? Chapter 426. No matter what you do now, you'll attract the attack of the other party. As long as you don't win beautifully, Director Chen will be defeated without a fight. This was what Feng Shihui said before he left. Feng Shihui was a little discouraged. He was not optimistic about Yang Fan's situation, but he still rushed over and explained everything to Yang Fan. He had done his best. The next day, Yang Fan went up to Crouching Bull Mountain. Not long after Feng Shihui left, Xue Huai went to look for him, and revealed some things to Yang Fan in the most subtle way that this boorish man who liked to be straightforward could. Wu Sanxi sent someone over because Pan Ziwen was Wu Qingxi's man. He wanted Yang Fan to take this opportunity to overturn the Supreme Court's verdict. After this case was decided, he could use the excuse of not teaching his son well to attack Pan Ziwen. Although Pan Ziwen's position was not high, he had a lot of power. If he could win this position, it would be much easier for Wu Sanxi to rope in the officials. Soon after, Wu Qingxi also sent someone over. Wu Qingxi naturally wanted Yang Fan to uphold the Supreme Court's verdict in order to protect his right-hand man, Pan Ziwen. Wu Qingxi's relationship with Yang Fan was not as good as Wu Sanxi's, so he had used both the carrot and the stick to persuade Yang Fan. In any case, if Yang Fan complied with Wu Qingxi's wishes, he would definitely take care of Yang Fan in the official circles in the future. Xue Huai was not stupid. He was unreasonable in front of people because of his special identity. He also understood that his disciple did not have a golden shield to protect himself, so he pretended to be stupid and sent both sides away. He did not let them meet Yang Fan directly. This way, Yang Fan would not be in a hurry to make a decision and could weigh the pros and cons. After Yang Fan heard the news from Xue Huai, he was afraid that Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi would force him again. If they came personally, Xue Huai would not be able to stop them, so he escaped to Crouching Bull Mountain. If he wanted to return, he would naturally have to wait until everything was decided. Not long after Yang Fan left, Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi personally came to the White Horse Temple. Xue Huai sat in the middle like a great Buddha, while Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi sat on his left and right. Their brows were furrowed and they looked like a pair of glaring vajras. Xue Huai was laughing so loudly that his laughter shook the roof tiles. "Your Highnesses, you came at the right time. I'm bored of being alone, ha 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 ha. Hong Lu, tell the kitchen to prepare some dishes and wine. I want to drink with the two princes, and I won't go home until I'm drunk. Ha 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 ha." "What?" The prince asked where Yang Fan was. Yang Fan had gone to Crouching Bull Mountain to hunt. "Sick? Hey. There is no need to burn fake incense in front of a true Buddha. You and I both know what the so-called plague is. Of course he is alive and kicking. Ha 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 ha. What? There's nowhere to look for him. Crouching Bull Mountain is so big, and I'm not a living deity. How would I know which mountain he went to hunt on? Ha 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 ha. What? Oh, of course. He's acting like this just to show that Chen guy some respect. In another 2 days, he'll definitely return to work in the yamen. Ha 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 ha. Xue Huai, who used to play with sticks and sell fake medicine, was actually very good at playing Tai Chi. He held Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi firmly there. He did not say a word about his business, and even if they wanted to leave, there was no way. After a while, the food and wine were served, and Shui Huai fed them with fake medicine. The two princes were supported by someone, and when they walked out of the White Horse Temple dizzily, Shui Huai's heroic ha-ha-ha was still echoing in their minds. There were no cows on Crouching Bull Mountain, but there were monkeys. At this moment, Yang Fan and Xiao Man were sitting side by side on a towering ancient tree. The trunk they were sitting on had already been peeled off, and only the trunk was as smooth as bone. The two of them sat on top of it, and looked at the group of monkeys in the forest in front of them. There were about 100 monkeys in this group. The Monkey King was attacked by some kind of fierce beast and died from serious injuries. The monkeys lost their leader, and immediately fell into chaos. The strong male monkeys started to have ideas. Some of them gathered in 2s and 3s, and tried to test each other. The tall and fat ones, who were confident in their strength, stood on the branches and looked around, trying to recruit subordinate. Some of the male monkeys comforted their companions from time to time, and some urged the monkeys that had already pledged loyalty to them to provoke other monkeys that had formed small groups to test each other's strength. Because this was not a challenge to the Monkey King, but the Monkey King had suddenly died, and the monkeys were fighting for the position. Therefore, the situation became especially complicated. After a period of preparation, the Battle of the Monkeys finally began. It was unknown which monkey took the lead to attack its opponent, but the monkeys rushed forward as if they had heard an order. The female monkeys screamed and jumped on the branches, waiting for the appearance of the king. On the grass, in the forest, the male monkeys began to fight. Some of them had their eyes injured, some had their fingers bitten, and some had their hair scratched off. Yang Fan watched quietly. A strong yellow-haired monkey was very powerful, so its opponents, a male monkey with long eyebrows and a monkey with black and yellow hair, formed an alliance and attacked it at the same time. After a few battles, the yellow-haired monkey was covered with cuts and bruises. Finally, it whined and admitted defeat. The curly-browed monkey was proud of himself. He stood up like a human and waved his arm at the female monkey on the branch. The black and yellow monkey, which was its ally just now, suddenly jumped up and pounced on him. After another fierce battle, the black and yellow monkey, which had one of its legs bitten off, escaped. The curly-browed monkey climbed up a bluestone cliff that was more than 3 people tall. With a sharp cry, its tail stood up high like a flagpole. The male monkeys gathered under the rock and looked up at it. The female monkeys jumped up the cliff one after another, squeezing and rubbing at him, winking at him. Xiao Mang found it interesting and couldn't help but laugh. "These monkeys are so interesting." Yang Fan also laughed. He put his arm around her waist and said, "Well, a group of monkeys is actually quite scheming." Xiao Mang laughed and said, "Monkeys understand human nature, but their so-called scheming, in our eyes, is really childish and ridiculous." Yang Fan scratched her nose and said, "After all, they are a group of monkeys. They think that their scheming is brilliant, but in our eyes, of course, it is childish and ridiculous. Otherwise, the most intelligent of all creatures is not human, but—" When Yang Fan said this, his heart suddenly trembled. Was he now a monkey who wanted to fight for the position of Monkey King? Chundong was the current Monkey King of this mountain of the Ministry of Justice. He wanted to replace the strong male monkey and become the new Monkey King. Regardless of the female monkeys that were scratching their heads and throwing themselves into his arms, or the other male monkeys that were itching to try yet didn't dare to make a move, all of them could only wait until the end of the Monkey King hegemony competition before they would bow their heads and pledge their loyalty to the victor. From this point, even the flatterer monkey with the surname Feng was no exception. If he won, he would be the Monkey King of the Ministry of Justice. If he lost, he would push down everyone who was down. He couldn't even hide in a corner and pick up leftovers. What difference was there between this situation and this group of monkeys? However, no one could interfere with this group of monkeys fighting for the throne, but he was different. He still had a supreme emperor above him. This emperor sent him to the Ministry of Justice and specially instructed Wan to make it clear to him that he was to be the emperor's new eyes and ears. Would the emperor not ask about his actions in the Ministry of Justice? The scheming of this group of monkeys, in the eyes of him and Xiao Mang, only felt that it was childish and ridiculous. Between the two doctors of the Ministry of Justice, between the three departments of justice, between Prince Wei and Prince Liang, all kinds of scheming methods, once seen in the eyes of the high and mighty emperor, what kind of opinion would she have? He used methods to manipulate Chen Dong. That was a kind of ability, and the high and mighty emperor would only feel admiration. He would only feel that he had a good eye for talent and had not misjudged him. However, if two great power groups interfered and the three law divisions fought openly and covertly, if he had to choose whose power was greater and who could obtain more benefits from them, would the emperor still maintain this kind of aloof attitude? What the emperor wanted to nurture was a trusted aide, not a capable general for her faction. In the forest, the newly born Monkey King was proudly receiving the worship of the other monkeys. The previous Monkey King's beloved concubine, the red-faced female monkey, had already gently moved to its side and become its concubine. It was now the supreme existence of this group of monkeys. However, Yang Fan only needed a flick of his finger to take its life. After that, the monkeys would once again engage in a fierce battle, and a new Monkey King would be born until he was satisfied. Regardless of whether it was the decisive battle between him and Chen Dong, the struggle between the three departments of justice, or even the struggle between Prince Wei and Prince Liang, once there was a so-called victor, would he be like this complacent Monkey King before him? As long as that high and mighty existence was dissatisfied, he could erase everything at any time and force them to start anew? A chill suddenly swept past Yang Fan's heart. Xiao Man sensed that something was wrong with him. She grabbed his hand and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Lang Jun?" Yang Fan said, I know what I should do about the current situation." Xiao Man's delicate eyebrows jumped, and she gave him a lively questioning look. Yang Fan pulled her into his embrace and gently stroked her beautiful hair. He leisurely swung his legs that were dangling from the branches and whispered into her ear, "What Ministry of Justice, what Ministry of Imperial Envoy, what Prince Liang, Prince Wei. Everything I do, as long as I uphold the word righteous, it will be enough." Yang Fan casually broke off a withered branch, and with a flick of his finger, it flew out with a whoosh and struck the flagpole-like tail of the new Monkey King. That Monkey King wailed in pain and jumped off the cliff in fright. With a loud roar, he led the other monkeys into the dense forest. Yang Fan sighed softly and said, "If I can't uphold the word righteous and choose to rely on one of the various powers that are trying to recruit me, even if I win this time, I will still be defeated, and I will be defeated forever. If I can uphold the word righteous, even if I lose this time, I will still have another chance. Moreover, I might not necessarily lose." He slowly raised his head and gazed at the sky. The sky was clear and blue, and a few pure white clouds were drifting across the distant sky. Yang Fan looked at the clouds and said unhurriedly, "Because there are people up there." Chapter 427. It was another morning. The bells and drums in the city had just struck for the 800th time. The yamen of the Ministry of Justice was the same as usual. The people walking in front were prisoners wearing shackles and shackles. Behind them were officials in black robes who dragged their wind and fire rods and swayed lazily in the long corridor. There were low-ranking officials who were walking hurriedly in front of the department. When they saw a superior with a higher rank, they would stop and greet him respectfully and warmly. There seemed to be something different. There were more people in the yamen today. Perhaps it was because of one reason or another. Some people who did not have to report to the yamen early in the morning had arrived early. Or some people who liked to stay in the office after arriving at the yamen were also loitering in the courtyard, looking for someone to talk to. Could it be today was payday? There was a courtyard with gray eaves in the northwest corner of the yamen. That was the public kitchen of the Ministry of Justice. After the smoke had stopped for many days, the sky above that courtyard began to emit faint smoke again early in the morning. When the low-ranking officials and officials in the yamen saw each other, they would stop and greet each other. Their greetings were all the same. "The pestilence doctor is back." When they finished, they would smile tacitly and nod their heads. No one knew what they understood, but they would pass by each other. Some of the officials who were more or less in charge of some errands, even if they were minor officials of the lower 9th rank, inevitably had to put on some airs. When they saw low-ranking officials, they naturally didn't bat an eyelid. When they saw officials of the same rank, they just nodded and smiled, but that smile had an extra layer of inexplicable meaning than usual. It was only when they met their superior, a superior whom they were usually very close to, that they would hastily approach them, and with an expression even more anxious than that of the petty officials and officials, they hurriedly said, "Dr. Pestilence is back. What should we do?" Their superiors almost all had the same expression and the same words. They would keep a straight face and reprimand in a deep voice, "Watch your own mouths and do your own work. Don't ask around. When two bodhisattvas are fighting, when did you have the right to tell them what to do? This is just the beginning, do you understand?" Whether the low-ranking officials understood or not, they just nodded their heads blankly, as if they understood everything. No one knew what kind of Zen they were chanting, but the entire Ministry of Justice seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious and hazy atmosphere. The plague doctor was naturally Yang Fan. He used the plague stratagem to turn the entire Ministry of Justice upside down. Then, he hid in the White Horse Temple and enjoyed his leisure time. From that day onwards, he was nicknamed Dr. Pestilence by the officials who had given him the nickname Ching Fong. It was still Assistant Minister Chui's office, and it was still one of the 5 great ministers of the Ministry of Justice. Gentle Blade, Chun Dong, Window-Breaking Axe, Pai Erding, Difficult to Write, Sun Yuxuan, Sweet Potato Waiting, Yen Xiaojun, and Yang Fan, who had just been given the elegant title of Plague Doctor, sat upright and still. Chui Bodhisattva, the wooden sculpture, slowly walked out from behind the screen. He looked at the 5 lamps and coughed softly. The 5 of them stood up together and paid their respects to Assistant Minister Chui. "Greetings, Assistant Minister. Everyone, please sit." Chui Bodhisattva sat on the seat of honor and pressed his hands together. The 5 great ministers returned to their seats with a swoosh. Chui Bodhisattva coughed again and said, "A few days ago, many people in the Ministry of Justice fell ill with an acute illness. The symptoms were similar to the plague. To be cautious, the court temporarily isolated all the officials who contracted the illness. The affairs of the yamen were inevitably affected. Everyone knew what the plague was about a few days ago, but what could not be discussed on the table was not discussed. If it were someone in the military, they would have already used their bodies to speak. However, the people in the hall all looked calm, as if what Chui Yuanzong said was true. Chui Yuanzong continued, "Now that the Imperial Medical Bureau has investigated and confirmed that it was a false alarm, all the officials are here. We have to make the best use of the time to deal with the affairs that have been delayed these days. Otherwise, we will miss the time limit set by the court." Chui Yuanzong covered his mouth and coughed. He picked up a thick file from the table and gently caressed the hard leather cover. His eyelids also gently drooped as if he was caressing the smooth skin of his favorite concubine, Miss Huaing. Old Chui touched it for a while, then slowly said, "Yesterday, a case was transferred from the Supreme Court. Because the Imperial Envoy Station had doubts, and the Supreme Court insisted on its own judgment, so according to the rules, the Ministry of Justice will review the case." At this point, Chui Yuanzong gently raised his head and glanced at Yang Fan. He said with a faint smile, "This case is closely related to the case handled by Yang Langzhong. According to the rules, it should be reviewed by Yang Langzhong. I have discussed this with Dr. Sun yesterday. Dr. Chun also has the same opinion. Yang Langzhong, Yang Fan smiled and straightened his back. He said seriously, "Since this is the rule and the assistant minister has already arranged it, I will comply." But the corner of his mouth curled up. He said mockingly, "If the scribe and yamen officials suddenly get sick again, I'm afraid these two cases will be reviewed indefinitely." Hearing this, Chundong's expression became slightly uncomfortable, but he quickly put on a very calm expression. Seeing him agree, Cui Yuanzong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He said repeatedly, "It won't happen, it won't happen. I promise that this kind of thing will never happen again." Pai Erding, Sun Yuxuan, and Yan Xiaojun all looked at him with a somewhat strange expression. The trick that Yang Fan played earlier was not like that of a new official. They did not believe that Yang Fan knew nothing about this case that had been transferred from the Supreme Court. Even so, Yang Fan was still willing to accept this hot potato. This matter was thought-provoking. Of the three doctors, only Yan Xiaojun looked at Yang Fan with a faint trace of sympathy. Old Yan was also a slanderous person. When he was still a small yamen official, just because a melon farmer refused to give him a melon to eat for free, he could run to the yamen and make up a lie about thieves hiding in the melon field. In the end, the farmer's melon fields had no melons to harvest. Given his vengeful personality, he very much admired the way Yang Fan punished those small officials and yamen officials who looked down on him. Therefore, Old Yen felt that Yang Fan was a hero and a hero. Yang Fan smiled again. He said, "This lowly official is in charge of the Ministry of Justice. I wonder if I have the authority to judge the officials of this ministry?" Cui Yuanzong did not know why he had suddenly brought up this topic. He couldn't help feeling surprised. After thinking for a while, he said, "Officials but not officials?" Yang Fan nodded. "Yes." Cui Yuanzong smiled. "Of course I have the authority to judge. However, whether it is scribes or yamen officials, most of them are sons who inherit their father's position. This position is hereditary. Unless there is a big mistake, there is no such thing as dismissal." Yang Fan opened his mouth and smiled. He said lightly, "Assistant Minister's words are too serious. This lowly official does not want to dismiss anyone. It is just that during the last court session, I felt that the vice-monitor named Yuan Han was quite easy to use. Now I want him to be the monitor." Cui Yuanzong was stunned. He coughed and said, "He is just an ordinary official. As for the matter of moving him, the doctor can decide. There is no need to tell me." Yang Fan bowed and said, "Yes." Yan Xiaojuan's gaze towards Yang Fan had an additional tinge of admiration. Don't beg that monitor to listen to Chundong's instigation to make him look bad. Then, he would put down his airs as a doctor and settle a score with this lowly official. He is one of us. He is indeed a man of my generation. From now on, I will no longer be alone." A trace of contempt flashed quickly in Chundong's eyes. A dignified doctor of the current imperial court was also one of the top officials in the Ministry of Justice, yet he was actually haggling over minor matters with a lowly official. This person's breadth of mind and vision was only so. What great things could he do? In reality, both of them had guessed wrongly. Yang Fan was not the type to argue or seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The reason he cared about this matter was that he had only been in the Ministry of Justice for a short time. To obtain the obedience of his subordinates, one was prestige and the other was ability. Both were indispensable. In terms of ability, as long as he could handle this thorny case of the three departments satisfactorily, he would be able to gain the recognition of all the officials in the Ministry of Justice, subordinates, the three departments of justice, and even the emperor. On the other hand, prestige was a gradual process. It was impossible for everyone to have the authority to kill people to establish prestige. The 6 ministries were not the army. This was a place where bureaucrats and civil officials gathered. It was impossible for him to use military law to kill people to establish prestige. Thus, this was a gradual process. When the words, "I am in charge here," were instilled into everyone's hearts, his prestige would naturally be established. Once this idea was instilled in everyone's hearts, his prestige would naturally also be established. What he was doing now was instilling this idea into all of his subordinates in the Ministry of Justice. He did not have the time to waste. From time to time, he would have to wrangle with his subordinate. If he did not do well, he would be tricked at a crucial moment by a small official such as a constable or a supervisor. He would be forced to learn from the window breaker, Dr. Pi, and climb out of the window to retrieve documents. After this incident, anyone who encouraged their subordinates to drag him down would have to think twice. Cui Yuanzong's expression became solemn. He said sanctimoniously, "All right, there is nothing else. I just want to tell everyone that the case Yang Longzhong is investigating involves the 3 departments of justice. Thus, when he needs the assistance of the departments, no one is to be negligent. In addition, Yang Longzhong has only just arrived and will inevitably be unfamiliar with matters. Dr. Chen has been in the Ministry of Justice for a long time. If Yang Longzhong has any matters to discuss with you, you must assist him." "Yes. We will solemnly obey the Assistant Minister's instructions. Many thanks for the Assistant Minister's protection." The 5 doctors rose together and bowed to Cui Yuanzong, respectfully sending the bodhisattva back to his seat. Cui Yuanzong then walked behind the screen. "Everyone, farewell." Pai Erding cupped his hands to everyone and floated out. Sun Yuxuan hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands to Yang Fan. The case that the Supreme Court of Justice handed over may not be complicated, but it involves all the departments of the 3 departments of justice. This makes it very complicated. Yang Longzhong, be careful. Sun Yuxuan still gave him a word of advice because of the endless free drinks every day. Yan Xiaojun also smiled. This kind of case is not easy to judge. It is a pool of muddy water to begin with. How can we clear it? If we can make the 3 departments of justice leave some face, then it will be perfect. Haha, this is just a crude opinion. Please consider it. Farewell. He rather admired Yang Fan's personality, so old Yan also gave him a word of advice. When Chen Dong heard this, his face darkened slightly. Yang Fan's face was not very pale, but compared to him, he had a jade-like complexion and vermilion lips, a handsome young man. The others left, but Chen Dong could not. This was because he and Yang Fan were officials in the same department. Thus, one with a black face and one with a white face returned to the Ministry of Justice together. Chapter 428. Might. In the hall of the Ministry of Justice, the shouting of "Might of the Court" this time was neat, loud, and dignified. The sound waves converged into a wave of air, as if a whirlwind had risen from the ground. The window lattice and people's hearts shivered in this shout of "Might of the Court." The design of the hall originally had the effect of strengthening the might of the court. If the prisoners heard this frightening shout, they would lose some of their courage. The mirror of eminence hung high, and the seat of the presiding judge was still empty. The yamen guards lined up on both sides, with their wind and fire rods on the ground. They looked serious and strict. There was a short table on both sides of the presiding judge's desk. The supervisor and the secretary stood behind the short table, waiting for the presiding judge. The chief and deputy chief stood at the forefront of the yamen guards, with their chests out and their heads raised. Their bearing, when it came to bearing, these 2 chiefs were really not imposing enough. Although they tried their best to straighten their bodies, they still looked like wilted ears of grain. Standing in front of the line on the right was Deputy Chief Yuan Han. Deputy Chief Yuan's expression was very unnatural. He had never been a chief before, but now that he had done it, he had ambition in his heart. As soon as Chief Mo came back, he, the acting chief, was immediately beaten back to his original position. How could he feel comfortable? Standing in front of the yamen guards on the left was Mo Chio, the chief who had suddenly contracted an emergency last time. At this moment, Mo Ban looked like he was suffering from an epidemic. His head and face were swollen, and in the middle of the red lumps, there were a few deep and shallow streaks, like the long tails of comets sweeping across the sky. The red envelope was bitten by autumn mosquitoes when he was quarantined in the wilderness. The autumn mosquitoes in the wilderness were fierce. Bitten by a big bump, it was itchy, painful, and swollen. It would not go away for half a month. It would be uncomfortable if you didn't scratch it, and it would be even more uncomfortable if you scratched it. As for the tails of comets on his face, according to him, it was caused by the itching and scratching of his skin. However, almost everyone had been bitten by mosquitoes, and he had never seen anyone who scratched from the temples to the cheeks after being bitten by a mosquito. Scratching his face until it was blooming could relieve the itch. It was given to him by the class monitor's wife, who had accompanied him to be locked up in the wild and fed mosquitoes for many days, in a fit of rage. Yang Fan walked out from behind the screen and looked at the solemn court. He frowned and said to Feng Shihui, "Why is there such a grand display?" Feng Shihui said in a daze, "Sir, it has always been like this in court." Yes, it's my fault." Yang Fan suddenly understood and said with a smile, "I didn't make it clear. In these two cases, the murderer and the witness are all from the same family. 3 generations of grandfather and grandson facing each other in court is not a good thing. Let this official interrogate the case in the second hall. Bring them to the second hall. Also, bring them up one by one. Don't let them meet each other." Feng Shihui thought, "What's so important about this case? Other than Dr. Chen, no one cares if the old woman dies or not. The case transferred over by the Supreme Court is more important. Instead of focusing on that case, Yang Longzhong wants to investigate the death of Lady Qing as well. How can he not distinguish the importance of this case?" Feng Shihui thought this, but he didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly agreed and did as he was told. Just as Yang Fan was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly saw Mo Chiu with a big bump on his face. He couldn't help but be startled and asked, "Who are you? Since you're the class monitor, why have I never seen you before?" At this moment, Mo Chiu didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance left. Although he hated Yang Fan in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He just replied politely, "Doctor, this lowly one is this department's monitor, Mo Chiu." Yang Fan replied with an "oh" and said indifferently, "So it's you. From now on, this department's monitor is Yuan Han. As for you, you'll be his assistant and be the deputy monitor." Yuan Han was surprised and happy when he heard this, but Mo Chiu was both shocked and angry. In a moment of anger, he blurted out, "May I ask, Doctor, what mistake did this lowly one make to be removed from the monitor position?" Yang Fan glanced at him and said, "No mistake." "Then what's the reason?" "No reason." Yuan Han was so angry that he laughed and said angrily, "Ha! Since there's no mistake and no reason, how can this lowly one be convinced by doctor's judgment?" Yang Fan also laughed and said indifferently, "Why do I need you to be convinced? You just need to obey." Mo Chiu clenched his fists and asked in a loud voice, "Then what's the reason?" Yang Fan curled his lips disdainfully and turned to walk behind the screen. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, but his voice didn't stop because of his footsteps. His words were clearly sent into Mo Chiu's ears, as well as the ears of everyone in the courtroom. "There's no reason for anything, only because this is the decision of I, the head of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Longzhong." The first to be brought into the second hall by Feng Shihui was Chang Ziyuan, the half-grown child that Yang Fan had met at the Tianjin Bridge. He was the Lady Cheng's side. It was no wonder that he had to be the judge of this case. In the case of the old woman beating her daughter-in-law to death, Chang Ziyuan and his father Chang Lin were the witnesses. In the case of the Chang Ziyuan beating Pan Junyi to death, his father was the witness, and he was the murderer. How were these two cases going to be separated? The second hall was much more relaxed than the main hall. There were no signs that said, silence, or out of sight, and there were no bailiffs shouting Hall's might. There were also no 2 rows of wind and fire rods, which made people tremble with fear when they saw them. Yang Fan sat behind the table. When he saw the little prisoner in chains being brought in, he smiled and said, "Today, I will be investigating the case of your mother's innocent death. Chang Ziyuan, you witnessed everything that happened at the time. Now, come to me one by one. Not a word of falsehood is allowed." When the Yamen bell rang, Yang Fan was the same as before, scrambling to leave the Yamen with the petty officials and bailiffs. Dr. Chen was as slow as ever, as if he had an endless amount of documents to deal with. However, his attention today was clearly not on the files. From time to time, he would raise his head and glance at the door, as if he was waiting for something. "He's coming, he's coming." Luo Ling burst through the door and said excitedly. Before he could finish his sentence, the scribe who took down Yang Fan's notes today hurriedly walked in. Chen Dong hurried forward and said warmly, "Mingdao, it's been hard on you." The clerk's surname was Qin, and his name was Qin Mingdao. Qin Mingdao was flattered and said, "I'm willing to work for Dr. Chen. It's not hard at all." Chen Dong chuckled and said, "Come, come, come, sit, sit, sit." He pushed Qin Mingdao into a chair, then lifted the hem of his robe and sat down as well. He said calmly, "Tell me, what has he been busy with this day?" Qin Mingdao frowned slightly and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he said after some deliberation, "He's been asking questions for the entire day. He's been asking questions tirelessly, over and over again, asking questions in a confusing manner." As Qin Mingdao spoke, he lightly shook his head and said, "This lowly official feels that he has some ulterior motive, but I don't know what it is." Chen Dong's eyes flashed and he asked, "Where's the statement?" Qin Mingdao said, "It's already been kept by Yang Longzhong. This lowly official has been taking down the statement, and my hands are about to break from exhaustion, but I didn't have the time to make another copy." Chen Dong said, "Pick up the parts that you can remember and tell me in detail." Qin Mingdao began to describe as he was told. Chen Dong paced slowly in the room, listening carefully to his narration. After listening for a long time, he suddenly stopped and said slowly, "I understand now. He's trying to lure me into a confession." Qin Mingdao was stunned and said in surprise, "Lure me into a confession? How is that possible?" Chen Dong smiled and explained to him, "The lure I'm talking about is of course not the usual kind of lure that you think it is. I'm talking about—" It seemed like Chen Dong also couldn't think of how to explain it. He deliberated for a moment before saying word by word, "It's possible that some scenes that really existed were overlooked by Chang Lin and Chang Ziyuan, so Yang Fan wanted to dig them out. Some of the statements might not be what Yang Fan wanted. He wanted to mix his own judgment and analysis in this kind of repeated questioning, so that the father and son would unknowingly recall and describe according to his inclination." Qin Mingdao said in shock, "Isn't this luring them into lying?" "No, no, no, it's not lying." Chen Dong smiled and said, "You have to know that you don't need to conceal the truth of the same matter. You just need to use different words to describe it, and when others hear it, they will have a completely different impression. This is the effect that Yang Fan wants." Chen Dong took a deep breath and said, "There are also some that the father and son had completely forgotten in their panic at that time. In that kind of situation, it was inevitable that they would overlook some things in their panic, and these things would become a blank in their mind. Yang Fan would help them fill in this part of their memory through repeated questioning and skillful luring." Chen Dong placed his hands behind his back and said in a low voice, "Because those missing memories are something that they're unable to recall. So when Yang Fan asks them repeatedly and incessantly, the scene that appears in their hearts will be something that they've seen with their own eyes and heard with their own ears." "It's absolutely true." Qin Mingdao said in a daze, "What is he trying to do by putting in so much effort?" Chen Dong shook his head and said, From what you said just now, the things that he lured Chong Lin and his son to remember are all beneficial to reducing their punishment. It seems like this young man has the drive of a greenhorn and wants to be a good official that is praised by the people. But, Chen Dong frowned and said with some doubt, if he does this, he will offend a lot of people. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to be an honest and upright official, gain a good reputation like Yang Qingtian, and then hang up his crown and leave? The Yang Qingtian that Chen Dong mentioned had already arrived home. He stood behind the screen wall and smiled like a big corrupt official who had received a mountain of gold. He instructed the doorkeeper, Mo Xuanfei, after dinner, don't stroll around. You stay at the door and guard it well. From today onwards, there will definitely be guests coming to our house. Mo Xuanfei scratched the back of his head and asked curiously, Ah Lang, do you know in advance that there will be guests coming to our house? Yang Fan said with a smile, of course. Not only do I know that there will be guests coming, but I also know that guests will never come empty-handed. Alright, keep a close eye on the door. If there are guests, report to me immediately. After saying that, Yang Fan put his hands behind his back and walked slowly into the courtyard. Chapter 429. Mo Xuanfei felt that his Ah Lang had the potential to be a fortune-teller. He had just come out of the gatehouse after his meal and was about to take a stroll around the screen wall when the brass ring on the door rang. Sure enough, someone had come to visit. It was almost dusk and the curfew time was approaching. Those who dared to go out to visit at this time without worrying about being questioned by the patrolling officials must be rich or noble. However, he did not know the identity of the visitor. Although the visitor came in an ox cart that was not extravagant but vaguely noble, there was no official banner on the cart to prove the visitor's identity. A black-clothed attendant next to the ox cart handed over a greeting card. The style of the greeting card was simple and simple. There was no indication of the visitor's identity on it, only his name, Pan Ziwen. Pan Junyi's father, Pan Ziwen, was the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Personnel. The minister-counselor was one level lower than the minister-counselor, but Pan Ziwen was an official of the Ministry of Personnel. The Ministry of Personnel was the head of the 6 ministries, so he was not overly reserved. He did not need to write too much on the greeting card. He might not be familiar with the officials of other yamens, but it was impossible for the officials of other yamens not to know him. Minister-Counselor Pan was welcomed into Yang Fan's study. Yang Fan's study was not as full of the scent of books and ink as the study of most officials. He had seldom come here to read, much less to compose poems and embellishments, so that the greater part of his bookshelves were filled with the same things as those on the antique shelves, implements and playthings. On his desk, there was even a bottle with a few blooming orchids stuck inside. The small flowers were emitting a delicate fragrance that filled the room. There was a lamp on the table, 2 bright lamps. These days, Yang Fan began to read by candlelight. Xiao Man was afraid that his eyes would be tired, so she made 2 lamps for him. The cover of the lamps was also pink and white gauze, with only a few plum blossoms on one side. It did not affect the light. Now that the 2 lamps were on, the study room was as bright as day, so Yang Fan could see the uninvited guest clearly. Pan Yuanweilong was dressed in an indigo blue robe with a round collar and narrow sleeve. There was a horizontal stripe at the bottom of the robe. He did not wear a scarf on his head, only a black scarf with 2 white silk straps tied tightly around it. The scarf hung lightly behind his head. Minister-Counselor Pan looked to be less than 50 years old. His body was thin, his cheekbones were high, and his chin was sharp. From his cheeks to his chin there were 2 knife-like lines. His skin glowed green under the light. He had just lost his son, his most beloved youngest son, so his expression was somewhat haggard, and his slightly red eyes revealed a hint of sorrow. Perhaps it was because he had developed a habit of bossing people around in the Ministry of Personnel for a long time, or perhaps it was the privilege of someone whose family had suffered misfortune, but he didn't exchange too many pleasantries with Yang Fan and quickly got to the point. I'm here today as the victim's father. I hope that Dr. Yang can understand the feelings of a father. The white-haired person has to send off the black-haired person. Pan Yuanweilong's voice was slightly choked. He calmed himself down and gently wiped the corner of his eyes. He slowly raised his head and stared at Yang Fan. The Imperial Envoy Station has an ulterior motive. They are using the so-called public opinion for their own selfish purposes. Yang Longzhong, do not be fooled by them. Yang Longzhong has also been to the Senate, so you should know the character and style of those cruel officials. If they are allowed to rise again, it will not be a good thing for you, me, or any other official. Yang Fan nodded in deep agreement. Pan Yuanweilong's face softened slightly. In a very gentle but clear voice, he said, "The Luoyang government has transferred this case to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court's judgment is fair. I do not wish for my innocent son to die in peace in the underworld. Because of the obstruction of the Imperial Envoy Station, the Supreme Court's judgment cannot be carried out for a long time. Now, the case has been transferred to the Ministry of Justice and to you, Yang Longzhong. As the victim's father, I sincerely ask Dr. Lang to uphold justice for me. As long as Yang Longzhong can judge impartially, you will obtain my friendship." Pan Yuanweilong had not brought any gift. He had come empty-handed. This promise was his gift. People often said that it was easy to become an official if one had connections in the court. Then who did one rely on to become an official in the court? It was best to have someone in the Ministry of Appointments. This was a yamen that managed and tested hundreds of officials. To obtain the friendship of an official from the Ministry of Appointments was a gift that could not be bought with money. However, it was not only the Ministry of Appointments that officials did not want to offend. There was also the Imperial Envoy Station. If one was stared at by the Imperial Envoy Station, it would be like the Monkey King wearing a golden circlet on his head. And the Imperial Envoy Station was against Chang Ziyuan's execution. It was not easy to side with Yang Fan. Yang Fan's expression was very serious. His face was tense, as if this was not a study but a court of law. In a very serious voice, he said to Pan Yuanweilong, "Don't worry, Squire Pan. I will definitely judge impartially. I will let the dead rest in peace and comfort the living. I will definitely not bend to power and judge randomly." At that time, a squire was colloquially referred to as a minister-counselor, just like how a prime minister was referred to as a husband. It was not what later generations referred to as a rich man. Pan Yuanweilong's request for Yang Fan to judge impartially was to uphold justice for him. This justice was only for the Pan family. In his opinion, Yang Fan's promise was the most accurate response from Yang Fan. Thus, Pan Yuanweilong was very satisfied. With the proper business settled, the atmosphere eased up. The topic of conversation also changed from this matter to small talk. Pan Yuanwei praised Yang Fan's study for its elegant layout and unique style. Yang Fan praised Pan Yuanwei for his good health and for looking at least 10 years younger than his age. Pan Yuanwei asked if Yang Fan had any children, and Yang Fan casually asked if Pan Yuanwei had any children and if they were married. Unexpectedly, this brought up Squire Pan's sad memory. Squire Pan could not help but tear up. Yang Fan could not help but say a few words of "restrain your grief, and accept the inevitable" to comfort him. The two of them chatted for a while before Pan Yuanwei stood up and said his goodbyes. Yang Fan was very respectful. Even though Pan Yuanwei repeatedly asked him to stop, he still opened the door wide and saw Pan Yuanwei out of the mansion. That night, no one else came to visit. Since Pan Ziwen was here, there was no need for Wu Qingxi to come. Pan Ziwen had already subtly revealed that he was on Wu Qingxi's side. Given Wu Qingxi's influence and status, Yang Fan did not have the right to ask him to pay him a personal visit. Wu Qingxi had appeared at White Horse Temple because Xue Huai was there. Bystanders did not have the right to ask for someone from this great Buddha's side. Wu Chengxi had been to White Horse Temple, and that was enough. As long as Yang Fan was not stupid, he would have to consider the consequences of offending King Wei. No one else came to visit that night. However, when Yang Fan was about to go to the Ministry of Justice the next morning, he coincidentally bumped into Wu Sanxi. King Liang enthusiastically invited him into his carriage. The carriage moved slowly, and the two of them chatted for almost an hour. Only then did Yang Fan emerge and head straight for the Ministry of Justice. There was naturally no need for Wu Sanxi to give him any gift. Wu Sanxi had given him gifts on his wedding day precisely because he wanted to show respect to the wise and virtuous. If he were to present a gift now, it would inevitably damage his reputation. Moreover, he had always treated Yang Fan as one of his own. It was already enough that he was willing to personally give him some instructions and say that he was paying close attention to this matter. There was no need for him to give him any gift. Yang Fan felt a little gloomy. He had not planned everything perfectly. He had thought that if someone came to ask him for help, there would definitely be someone who would send him generous gift. He hadn't expected that even though these people clearly had something to ask of him, they would only order him around, as if it was only natural for them to do so. It was as if they were already giving him enormous face by asking him to do things for them. It's all because I'm still a lowly official. Yang Fan sighed with regret. When he arrived at the yamen, he continued to interrogate the 3 generations of the Chang clan, questioning them repeatedly with great patience. By the time the yamen was dismissed that night, the file he had compiled had already clearly expressed his stance. Even the scribe who had been taking notes, Qin Mingda, could see it clearly. The plague doctor is leaning towards the Chang clan. This leaning was naturally referring to Chang Xuan's murder of Pan Junyi. As for whether the old woman from old Chang's clan who had killed her daughter-in-law was dead or alive, no one cared anymore. Everyone already knew of Yang Fan's stance on that case. Since Chen Dong's verdict was to reduce Granny Chang's crime by 1 rank, and Yang Fan was firmly against it, then he would definitely insist on sentencing Granny Chang to death. However, now that things had developed to this point, this case was no longer important to the bigger picture. The most important thing right now was the case of Pan Junyi's murder, which involved the dispute between King Wei and King Liang. If this case could not be resolved satisfactorily, even if he overturned Chen Dong's verdict, he would not be able to establish himself in the Ministry of Justice. Now, it seemed that his verdict was likely to go against the Supreme Court's. In other words, he would overturn the Supreme Court's decision and follow the will of the people. He would reduce Chang Xuan's crime by 1 rank according to the advice of the Imperial Messenger Station, and change his sentence to exile. In this way, he would definitely offend the Supreme Court, and then King Wei. Would the Imperial Messenger Station, led by Wan Guojun, become his ally because of this? Putting aside the fact that he had previously been persecuted by the Imperial Messenger Station, given the Imperial Messenger Station's current notorious reputation, if he dared to show any inclination to form an alliance with the Imperial Messenger Station, the civil and military officials who were worried that he would become a second Zhou Xing would immediately gang up on him. They would beat him down to the ground, and then trample on him 10,000 times, so that he would never be able to rise again. Qin Mingda quickly reported the latest situation to Chen Dong. Chen Dong and Qin Mingda carefully studied the situation for a long time, but they still could not figure out what Yang Fan was planning. He decided to wait and see. In his opinion, this problem was simply unsolvable. If either of the 2 major powers offended one of them, it would be difficult for him, the newly appointed director of the Ministry of Justice, to clean up the mess. Chen Dong stood under the osmanthus tree in the courtyard, watching as the flower buds gradually sprouted. He felt that all of this was the will of the heavens. When Yang Fan decided to use this case as a breakthrough to launch an attack on him, he did not expect that the case would take such a huge turn and change. If this was not the will of the heavens, then what was it? Director Chun plucked an osmanthus flower in his hand and stood under the tree, as leisurely as a Buddha plucking flowers. His assistant, Luo Ling, and his trusted aide, Qin Mingda, stood on his left and right, smiling like the venerable Kasyapa who had comprehended in his heart. That night, still no one came to give gifts to Yang Fan. Even Yuan Han, who had just been promoted by Yang Fan to be the monitor, did not come. When Yang Fan undressed and went to sleep, he complained to his own wife, Lady Xiaoman, "The people in this yamen are indeed all demons that have turned into spirits. They won't release the eagle until they see the rabbit." Lady Xiaoman gave a flirtatious yawn and said, "Go to sleep." Yang Fan made a sound of agreement and readily took off all his clothes and went to bed. He then asked his female bodhisattva with a face full of saliva, "Wife, has it been 5 days since the last time?" Lady Xiaoman's answer was very zen, "Sleep." Chapter 430. In the morning sun, Assistant Minister Chui had one hand behind his back and was leisurely feeding his myna in a secluded courtyard. Under the porch hung a delicate and elegant birdcage. A myna with a black body and bright yellow beak was using its powerful legs to grab onto the perch. It stretched out its neck and let out a crisp cry, "Hello." Assistant Minister Chui used the feeding pole to scoop up some fried rice mixed with egg white and placed it in front of the myna. Watching it swallow it in one gulp, the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes softened with a smile. "Assistant Minister." Pai Erding quickly walked in and said to Assistant Minister Chui, "Assistant Minister, Yang Fan is being interrogated in the main hall today." Unhurriedly, Assistant Minister Chui asked, "Oh, which case is it?" Pai Erding answered, "The case of the Chong family's old woman beating her daughter-in-law to death." Assistant Minister Chui chuckled, "Let him be. Who cares about this case now?" Pai Erding frowned. What case can this person interrogate? He's just messing around. Assistant Minister Chui pursed his lips. Lai Junchen is a ruffian and Ho Siji is a pancake seller. Both of them can dress in red and become officials of the court. What's so great about a general being a civil official? Our Empress has always been eclectic when it comes to using people. As Assistant Minister Chui said this, he scooped up another spoonful of bird food and chirped to tease the myna to eat. The myna was speaking human language, while Assistant Minister Chui was speaking bird language. It was quite interesting. Pai Erding said, "This lowly official just feels that even though that Chun Dong isn't very tactful, given time, we might still be able to subdue him. Now that Yang Fan has just arrived at the Ministry of Justice and has already caused such a ruckus, if we don't handle it properly, our Ministry of Justice will become the target of public criticism. There are some things that we cannot predict in advance, such as Pan Junyi's death. There are some things that we cannot change even if we know about it, such as Yang Fan's arrival at the Ministry of Justice." Assistant Minister Chui sighed and said to Pai Erding, "Look at this birdcage. It's a thick piece of bamboo, cut horizontally and vertically, sawn into tubes, chopped into slices, drilled into strips, shaved into strips, pulled into threads. The bamboo sticks and strips are intertwined vertically and horizontally, intertwining with each other, forming this cage. Sturdy, right? Gorgeous, right? It's just like our Ministry of Justice. These bamboo sticks, strips, and pieces are all different and have their own uses. If you take out a bamboo stick or strip from the inside, bang! The whole cage will fall apart." Assistant Minister Chui turned around and said to Pai Erding with a smile, "This old man also thinks that this martial artist is a hindrance. At first, I asked Wang Wan to test him. I thought that he was a simple-minded boorish fellow, and that a little trick would be enough to make him leave, or at least make him squat there obediently and not say a word. I didn't expect that he wasn't stupid." Assistant Minister Chui put his hands behind his back and walked toward the center of the hall. He said slowly, "If I want to kick him out of the Ministry of Justice, I naturally have my ways, but that would be too obvious." He's someone personally arranged by the emperor. Is Chui trying to cover the sky with one hand in the Ministry of Justice by doing this? Don't look at Fu Yi. Fu Yi is unlucky, but what about those prime ministers who pushed him out of the political affairs hall? Pai Erding bowed and said, yes. Assistant Minister Chui said lightly, let them fight it out. It's fine if one of them collapses, but it's best if they collapse together. When there's no other choice, this old man will come and clean up the mess. As for you, don't worry. This Ministry of Justice will be yours sooner or later. At noon, when the kitchen opened, the entire criminal court knew that Yang Fan had already tried the case of the Chang family's old woman beating up and killing her daughter-in-law, and had already made a verdict, overturning all of Chen Dong's previous verdicts and sentencing the Chang family's old woman to death. There were faint undercurrents surging in the criminal court, but no one made any obvious reactions, because the current focus was on the case of Pan Junyi's murder. Chen Dong laughed coldly in the dark. Right now, it doesn't matter whether the Chang family's old woman is dead or not. The problem is, how are you going to decide on the second case? The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court are in a standoff, and King Wei and King Liang are also in a standoff. No matter which side you lean towards, the other side will pounce on you like a pack of rabid dogs. Let's see how you deal with it. No one had expected that the calm and composed Yang Fan, who had been sitting under the cassia tree and chatting with a group of scribes, would suddenly start to try the case of Pan Junyi's murder in one go that very afternoon. Moreover, he made a verdict on the spot, and the verdict was even more unexpected. The Supreme Court's verdict was, Chang Ziyuan should pay for Pan Junyi's life with his own. The imperial emissary's impeachment was, the Supreme Court's verdict was unfair, and there was suspicion of officials protecting each other. The son of the Chang family's crime was unforgivable, and his sentence should be reduced by 1 rank, and he should be exiled. Yang Fan's verdict was, Chang Ziyuan was not guilty of murder. The news was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in the entire penal court. When Assistant Minister Chui heard that Yang Fan had started to try the case of Pan Junyi's murder, he could no longer remain calm. He had been waiting in the office for news. When Pai Erding rushed into the office and reported the verdict to Chui Yuanzong forgot himself for a moment, and actually pulled out a few strands of his beard. Old Chui said in exasperation, Yang Fan is playing with fire. Luo Ling, who had been pacing back and forth outside the main hall waiting for news, also ran back quickly and reported Yang Fan's verdict to Chen Dong. Chen Dong was stunned for a long while after listening to it. Only then did he spit out a sentence in astonishment, he is playing with fire. Chen Dong paced around the room anxiously. Yang Fan was about to go crazy and bring about his own destruction. He was naturally happy to see that happen, but if he wanted to burn a hole in the sky, who would plug it for him? At that time, Yang Longzhong would be finished, and wouldn't he, Dr. Chen, be the one cleaning up after him? Among the 3 law departments, the Ministry of Justice was the weakest. Even though Lai Junchen had fallen, the power of the Imperial Messenger platform had not yet dissipated. The Supreme Court was originally on the same side as the Ministry of Justice, and they worked together to resist the Imperial Messenger platform. Now that Yang Fan had made a move, he had directly offended both the Imperial Messenger platform and the Ministry of Justice. This, Chen Dong thought hard for a long time, and felt that he should prepare ahead of time. He wanted to see Assistant Minister Chui and discuss a countermeasure with him, so that he would not be flustered when the time came. Unexpectedly, when he arrived at Assistant Minister Chui's office, he saw that the office was empty. Chen Dong asked the scribe in Assistant Minister Chui's office, "Where did the Assistant Minister go?" The scribe respectfully replied, "The Assistant Minister felt unwell, so he went back to his manor to rest." Chen Dong made an "oh" sound and turned to leave. The scribe said again, "Good, Dr. Chen knows that the Assistant Minister has already sent someone to the government hall to ask for leave. He probably won't be able to come for the next few days. Chen Dong was stunned, and he cursed in his heart, this old turtle. The next morning coincided with the Ministry of Justice's 10-day meeting. Assistant Minister Cui was not present, so in the Ministry of Justice, Yang Fan's position was the highest, so this 10-day meeting was presided over by him. It was the first time that Yang Fan's office was so lively, and a few doctors had arrived. Sun Yuxuan and Yen Xiaojun were the first to arrive. Although Yang Fan's current state was a little crazy, it would not implicate them anyway, so the two doctors did not feel any pressure. Since they had already expressed goodwill to Yang Fan, they would continue to support him before he fell from power. Pai Erding was the third to arrive. Assistant Minister Cui's illness meant that his faction would completely not interfere, and would allow Yang Fan to do as he pleased. Therefore, Pai Erding did not express his opinion, and could not be said to be lenient to Yang Fan. Chen Dong's office was right across from Yang Fan, very close, but he was the last to arrive. Yang Fan did not go overboard and waited for him to sit down before he cleared his throat and said, "Assistant Minister is not feeling well, and has already applied for leave from the Political Affairs Hall. In the few days that Assistant Minister is not here, I will be in charge of the Ministry of Justice's affairs. Today is the 10-day meeting, Manager Feng." Feng Shihui understood, and immediately picked up the file to read. Yang Fan purposely put the two cases that he handled yesterday at the end. After the first few cases had been discussed, Feng Shihui brought up the two cases that he had just handled yesterday. The office immediately quieted down, and only Feng Shihui's voice could be heard. After Feng Shihui finished, Yang Fan said, "Regarding these two cases, what do the doctors think?" Pai Erding, Sun Yuxuan, and Yen Xiaojun looked at Chen Dong at the same time. Chen Dong frowned, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Yang Longzhong, should we be more careful?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "What does Dr. Chen think is wrong with my judgment?" Chen Dong was silent again, and after a moment of silence, he laughed bitterly and lightly shook his head. Yang Fan said with a smile, "Since there is nothing to say, then it is past." Everyone was still speechless. Yang Fan clapped his hands and said, "All right, all the doctors can go back. In the few days that Assistant Minister Cui is not in the Yamen, we have to maintain the Ministry of Justice well, lest Assistant Minister Cui comes back to make trouble for us. Haha, please go back now." Pai Erding, Sun Yuxuan, and Yen Xiaojun did not say much. They stood up, cupped their hands, and silently left. Chen Dong still sat there, his face gloomy. Yang Fan stared at him and asked, "Dr. Chen, do you have something else to say to me?" Chen Dong hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "I once tried a case in the past." Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and slowly sat down. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes, and did not look at Yang Fan. He only stared at the pillar opposite him, and leisurely said, "At that time, I was a magistrate in Ruzhou. Once, two brothers came to the Yamen for a lawsuit, but it was because their father had passed away, and the two brothers wanted to snatch the mansion left behind by their father. Of the two brothers, one was the son of the old man's ex-wife, and the other was the son of his second wife. They were both sons of the first wife, and each had their own reasons. Even an upright official would find it difficult to resolve family dispute. At that time, I was also young, and faced with such a case, I actually could not make a clear judgment. So the two brothers came to the Yamen every day to quarrel." Chen Dong sighed and continued, "The two brothers quarreled until their eyes were red. Over time, it was as if they were enemies. As a result, they attacked each other, and spoke indiscriminately. As a result, as they spoke, they gradually revealed some secrets that were not meant for outsiders to know. Although they did not say much, I heard something strange." Yang Fan was a very qualified listener, and immediately asked, "What secrets?" Chen Dong said, "So it turns out that their father who passed away was the leader of a famous bandit group in the area. Their family's wealth was enormous, and it was naturally obtained through illegal means. In the end, naturally, they did not get the mansion. Not only did they not get the mansion, but they also lost everything. Chen Dong chuckled, stroked his beard, and said, Yang Longzhong, do you know why I was transferred from a small magistrate in Ruzhou to the capital, to the Ministry of Justice, and step by step to where I am today? It's because I solved this big case. Chen Dong slowly stood up, and looked deeply at Yang Fan. He slightly cupped his hands and said meaningfully, Yang Longzhong, you're on your own. Yang Fan stood up, and watched him walk out of the door. Then, he also smiled faintly. What an interesting person! Chapter 431. The next morning, Wu Zetian held a court meeting. The Supreme Court official Su Zhixiang was the first to step out and impeach Yang Fan of the Ministry of Justice. Su Zhixiang's impassioned voice echoed clearly in the Wanxiang Divine Palace. Today's matter is complicated, there are many lies and few facts. I'm afraid there are treacherous officials hiding among them, trying to drive a wedge between the emperor and the officials, or doing illegal things, or manipulating the country for their own personal gain. I am worried for your majesty. How can I sit back and watch? When the ancient prison is completed, the officials will listen, the emperor will pardon them 3 times, and then the punishment will be carried out. Today, the prison officers are acting arbitrarily, acting on orders. This way, the power is given to me, and it is not prudent. If there is injustice, how will your majesty be able to do it? Using a prison official to control life and death, stealing the authority of the emperor, the country's weapon, is not a blessing for the country. Using it lightly will bring disaster to the country. Minister Yang Fan of the Ministry of Justice pretended to be the will of the people, and looked down on the authority of the Supreme Court, making arbitrary decisions, deciding life and death, guilt or innocence, all in one sentence. As the Supreme Court official and your Majesty's trust, I have investigated the prison matter and have heard of it, and dare not report it. However, the power of review lies with the Ministry of Justice, and I have no choice but to report it to the heavens, begging your Majesty to make a decision. The Supreme Court official Su Zhang, as one of the 9 ministers, wrote thousands of words in the Golden Hall, vehemently stating his views, impeaching the Ministry of Justice. The Supreme Court had finally declared war on the Ministry of Justice. When the left minister Wan Guojun heard what Su Zhang had to say, he immediately handed over another book to impeach Yang Fan. He said, the Minister of Justice, Yang Fan, used the country's weapon to gain a false reputation, arbitrarily judged the case, and confused the law. Since the imperial envoy is responsible for supervising the officials, I dare not neglect my duty. Previously, the Supreme Court sentenced the son of the Chang family to death, disregarding the will of the people, so the imperial envoy impeached him. Today, Minister Yang Fan overdid the right thing, in order to gain a false reputation, seeking favor from the will of the people, relying on the will of the people, lightly talking about life and death, sentencing the son of the Chang family not guilty, treating the law as child's play, so the imperial envoy impeached him. I beg for your Majesty's judgment to show that our court is careful with the prison. The Imperial Messenger Station also declared war on the Ministry of Justice. At the same time, they did not forget to drag in the Supreme Court and declared war on both the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. As for the Ministry of Justice, the clay bodhisattva, Cui Yuanzong, had suddenly fallen ill, so he did not attend the court session. Therefore, no one from the Ministry of Justice was present to listen to the proceedings, so naturally, no one answered. Empress Wu Zetian listened to the memorials from the Supreme Court and the office of the Imperial Messengers, but she did not make a decision on the spot. Instead, she said indifferently, I understand. Because no one from the Ministry of Justice was present, they could not refute on the spot, so the 2 of them could only retreat for the time being. As soon as the court meeting was adjourned, news of the 3 law divisions' declaration of war spread like wildfire. In this regard, the officials were happy to see this happen. After all, the three law divisions not only controlled the laws of the people, but they were also restricted by the three law divisions. A mutually balanced and hostile three law divisions was far more popular than a united three law divisions. At this time, Yang Fan also officially entered the sights of the officials. However, because he wanted to challenge the Supreme Court and the Imperial Messenger Station by himself, and because there was no one in the Ministry of Justice who supported him, the officials were not optimistic about his outcome. Even though he was Xue Huai's disciple, and it was rumored that he had an ambiguous relationship with Princess Taiping, this was the Imperial Court. Even Xue Huai could not do as he pleased in the Imperial Court. Once one entered this circle, one had to abide by the rules of this circle, and no one was an exception. Just as Wan Guojun returned to the Imperial Messenger Station, Ho Siji, Wei Suizhong, Huang Jingrong, Wu Rang, Zhao Jilong, and the rest of Lai Junshan's main subordinates all rushed over. Ho Siji angrily said, "Deputy Minister Wan, what is the meaning of this? We have made things difficult for the Supreme Court, and now that the Ministry of Justice has agreed with the Imperial Messenger Station, it is a good opportunity for the Imperial Messenger Station to take advantage of our victory, overthrow the Supreme Court, and restore the prestige of the Imperial Messenger Station. Why didn't you discuss it with us, and instead made the decision on your own, treating the Ministry of Justice as your enemy?" Zhao Jilong said in a strange tone, "Deputy Minister Lai is temporarily demoted to a place, and the Imperial Messenger Station is temporarily handed over to Brother Guojun. Is this the case?" When Deputy Minister Lai left, he repeatedly reminded us that if there is something we must discuss, be careful, and wait for an opportunity so that the Imperial Messenger Station can make a comeback. Deputy Minister Lai's words are still ringing in our ears, and Deputy Minister Wan is already acting on his own? Although Wan Guojun was intelligent and ruthless, he was not the kind of leader who had the courage to lead, so he had always been willing to stay behind the scenes, serving as Lai Junshan's military advisor. When Lai Junshan was demoted, although the people under him were ruthless, it was really difficult to find someone who could lead the overall situation. There were no generals in Sichuan, so he could only reluctantly support Wan Guojun. These ruthless officials of the Imperial Messenger Station actually did not accept Wan Guojun in their hearts, so naturally they lacked the respect they should have. Wan Guojun listened to these two people, one Yin and one Yang, and angrily said, "Under the circumstances at that time, how could I have time to discuss with you? Do you think that old man Su Zhang really only wanted to impeach Yang Fan? He said something like, 'The ancient prison is complete, the ministers will listen, the emperor will pardon 3 times, and then the punishment will be carried out.' Today, the prison officials are acting on their own. This way, the power will be given to the officials, and it will not be prudent. If the sharp weapon of the country is given to someone lightly, it will be a disaster for the country." Wan Guojun slammed the desk fiercely and said, "Listen to this. Is this really just impeaching Yang Fan? He is carrying his own goods, intending to use the Imperial Messenger Station. If the Emperor accepts his suggestions, to the Ministry of Justice, it is only the loss of a doctor. What loss is there? But the power of the Imperial Messenger Station to supervise hundreds of officials, judge, and even kill officials below the 5th rank on the spot, will be gone." Wei Suizhong did not read much, but he was not stupid. Once he heard Wan Guojun point out Su Ziheng's hidden meaning, he could not help but say fearfully, "What a treacherous old man, he is killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Wan Guojun looked at him and said with relief, "Brother Wei is indeed vigilant. But not only that, what is the reason for us impeaching the Supreme Court? The reason is that the Supreme Court's punishment is too heavy, and the Chang family's son should be reduced by 1 rank. With this momentum and public opinion, as long as this case is handled according to our ideas, among the 3 departments of justice, the Imperial Messenger Station will be able to suppress them. But how did Yang Fan sentence it? Wan Guojun looked around and saw that everyone was at a loss, so he angrily said, Yang Fan's sentence was not guilty, and he was acquitted. He was acquitted. Do you understand? I have already said it so clearly, do you still not understand? The ruthless officials looked at each other and thought for a long time. Huang Jingrong's eyes turned, and he suddenly said in realization, Ah, I understand now. If the Ministry of Justice follows the opinion of the Supreme Court, then we can sue them as well. If the Ministry of Justice follows the opinion of the Imperial Messenger Station, then we can suppress the Supreme Court, and we can even pull the Ministry of Justice over to our side. But now Yang Fan seems to be on the side of the Supreme Court, but, when Wu Reng heard this, he finally understood and said, But, he's better than us. We asked for Chang Ziyuan's punishment to be reduced by 1 rank, but he was acquitted. In this way, the position of host and guest will immediately change. Now, it is not that he follows our opinion, but that the Imperial Messenger Station has become a pawn waving flags and shouting battle cries behind his butt. Wan Guojun said, That's right. In this way, if he succeeds in this case, the person who will rise to fame will be him, and the number 1 expert among the 3 departments of justice will be the Ministry of Justice. Then, wouldn't our Imperial Messenger Station be making a wedding dress for him? Ho Siji suddenly understood and slapped his forehead. So that's how it is. I remember back then, when I was selling pancakes on the streets of Chang'an, there were some peddlers from the East Market who wanted to take over our territory in Xi'an. I contacted many of the peddlers in Xi'an to prepare for a fight. This was originally started by me, Ho Siji, but there was a melon seller, Zhao De, who was even more ruthless than me. I thought that we would form a group to push away the non-locals. However, he directly led everyone to fight and beat away the vendors in the East Market. In this way, he became the tyrant of Xi'an, and the busiest area in Xi'an was also up to him. I stood up for him and helped him achieve his goal. Now, what this Yang Fan is doing is no different from Zhao De. When the Imperial messengers heard him talk about the days when he sold pancakes on the streets and fought for territory, they couldn't help but have a strange look on their faces. Wan Guojun coughed dryly and said, Brother Ho's words are crude, but they are not crude. That's why I didn't have time to discuss with my brothers. So I acted on my own and sued the Ministry of Justice and Supreme Court. Zhao Jilong frowned and said, Now that the Supreme Court's master has given a severe sentence, and the Imperial Messenger Station is in favor of a light sentence, the Ministry of Justice has decided to acquit him. What should we do now? Our situation seems to be a little awkward. Wan Guojun pointed to the ground and said, I followed Su Ziying to impeach him, which was originally an act of mending the pen after the sheep is lost. Now that the Ministry of Justice is biding their time, the Supreme Court is impeaching the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Messenger Station is reiterating the mistakes of the Ministry of Justice and Supreme Court. What happens next will depend on the will of the sage. Ho Siji said unwillingly, Are we just going to sit here and wait? Wan Guojun said, That's not true. Brother Jilong, Brother Suizhong, the 2 of you immediately mobilize the Imperial messengers to impeach Yang Fan. Just say that when he was handling this case, he accepted a lot of bribes. Wei Suizhong looked at him and said, He is biased towards the Chang family. The Chang family are just commoners. In terms of bribery, can the Chang family compete with Officer Pan? How can the Emperor believe this reason? Wan Guojun stroked his beard and said with a smile, The Chang family naturally doesn't have much money, but this matter involves the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Appointments, and this Minister-Counselor is a disciple of King Wu Chengxi of Wei. King Wu Chengxi of Wei and King Wu Sanxi of Liang are sworn enemies. King Liang wants to deal with King Wei, so will he let go of this opportunity to bring down Officer Pan? The Chang family doesn't have money, so won't King Liang pay for him? A vicious glint flashed across Huang Jingrong's eyes. She clapped her hands and said, "That's right. Drag the Ministry of Appointments into this, drag King Wei and King Liang into it as well, and make the water a little more muddy. The muddier the water, the easier it is to fish." Zhao Jiulong chuckled and said, "Brilliant! What a brilliant plan! Since we have the privilege of hearing about this, how can we not make use of it?" In the Hall of Martial Accomplishment, Wu Zetian handed Li Zhaoda the memorials accusing Yang Fan of using the Chang family's son to kill Pan Junyi. She smiled and asked, "What does the Prime Minister think?" Li Zhaoda accepted the stack of memorials and scanned the topic of the impeachment. He snorted and said, "Everyone knows about Yang Fan's epidemic prevention. The 6 offices of the capital and all the civil and military officials are watching the excitement of the 3 departments of law. This time, the 3 departments of law are actually fighting each other." Li Zhaoda closed the memorials and handed them back to Eunuch Hai. He said calmly, "This brat has succeeded, so he can't help but be arrogant." Wu Zetian smiled and said, "Yang Fan is young, and he comes from a military background. Naturally, he can't compare to Minister Li's maturity and prudence. Haha, youngsters are always more aggressive." Li Zhaoda frowned slightly and said, "Right now, the Supreme Court is accusing the Ministry of Justice, and the Imperial Messenger Bureau is accusing the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. As for the Ministry of Justice, Cui Yuanzong is in hiding, leaving the left and right officials to fight among themselves and outsiders. Right now, the Imperial Messengers are accusing Yang Fan of accepting bribes, implying that the Ministry of Appointments and the 2 princes are involved. With the court in such a mess, isn't your Majesty worried?" She stood up and put her hand on Shanghai Wan-er's arm. She said leisurely, "After the thunder, the insects will wake up. In the chaos there will be vitality. Haha, I have never been afraid of chaos, but I am afraid that it will not be chaotic." Wu Zetian walked out and said to Li Zhaoda, who was bowing to see her off, "Let the Political Affairs Hall pass down the order. Tell them, the 3 departments to jointly investigate." Shanghai Wan-er supported Wu Zetian. She was as slender as a willow and frowned. She couldn't help but feel resentful. That little enemy, I told him long ago not to provoke the Wu family. Why did he turn a deaf ear when he left my side? Chapter 432. In Yang Fan's office, an uninvited guest said in a low voice, "You have asked me to inform Lang Zhong that the Imperial Envoy Station has accused Lang Zhong of being unfair in handling the case, accepting bribes, being in cahoots with friends, and trying to buy people's hearts. I understand. Thank you for your concern. I have my own plans." The one who came to report was the secretary, Li Zhanpeng. The one who replied was, of course, Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled and replied calmly. Wu Cheng-si, Wu San-si, and the vice-chancellor of the Ministry of Appointments were pressuring him. He had long wanted to reveal this matter. However, it was not easy to do a self-examination, as he would be regarded as a saint. Saints were meant to be praised, not to be befriended. Doing so would make him a loner and isolated in the officialdom. Now that the Imperial Messenger Station had lodged a complaint against him, they would not dare to put pressure on him so blatantly. Li Zhanping had just left when another uninvited guest came. "Her Highness wants me to ask Lang Zhong why the Supreme Court and the Imperial Envoy Station have become enemies. Does Her Highness need to lend a helping hand?" This time, the person who came to ask questions was Princess Taiping's groom, Su Haod. Princess Taiping's residence's head steward, Li Yi, was also considered to be somewhat famous. After Su Haod disguised himself, there were not many people who could recognize him. Yang Fan said, "No matter which side I go with, I will be used by one side and offend the other side at the same time. If I don't want to be passive, I can only jump out of this shackle and lead them by the nose if I don't want to be passive. Her Highness does not need to intervene. Yang Fan wants Her Highness to know that Yang Fan is fighting alone." Su Haod left reluctantly. Yang Fan closed his eyes and rested. Seeing that it was about time, he tidied up his clothes and walked out. The Empress decreed that the 3 law departments would form a joint trial of Pan Junyi's murder case. The venue would be the main hall of the Ministry of Justice. The official name for the joint trial of the 3 departments was the Tribunal of the 3 Divisions. It referred to major and difficult cases that would be jointly tried by the 3 law departments. There were 3 ranks in the 3 division supervisors: 1st Division Supervisor, Middle Division Supervisor, and 3rd Division Supervisor. The 3 departments formed by the Imperial Censor or Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Justice or Assistant Minister, and the Minister of Justice or Junior Minister of the Supreme Court were the 3 departments of the highest level and were called the Great 3 Secretaries. The 3 departments formed by the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Justice, and the Imperial Censor were called the Middle 3 Secretaries. The Ministry of Justice Vice Minister, the Supervising Imperial Messenger, and the Great Court Judge jointly decided on the prison suspicions. They were known as the 3 Marshals. At this moment, the joint trial of the 3 divisions held by the Ministry of Justice was of the 2nd level. The Ministry of Justice had a total of 5 torture chambers. Today they were using the largest one. Everyone in the Ministry of Justice had already gathered outside the torture chamber. Seeing Yang Fan walk steadily in his new official robe, whether it was Pai Erding, Sun Yuxuan, or Zhui Yuanqing and Chao Qigan, or even the managers and secretaries of the various departments, they all looked at Yang Fan with complicated expressions. Yang Fan was like a catfish thrown into a school of sardines. His arrival disrupted the peaceful routine of the Ministry of Justice, but it also brought a sense of renewal to the Ministry of Justice. When Zhou Xing was around, the Ministry of Justice was number 1 among the 3 law departments. No matter how notorious Zhou Xing's reputation was among the people, when he was the head of the Ministry of Justice, the people in the Ministry of Justice felt dignity and glory, fear and authority. When they went out to work, even if it was to the Supreme Court or the Imperial Envoy Station, which were also part of the law sector, their backs were always straight, and their voices were always rough. But ever since Zhou Xing's death, the status of the Ministry of Justice had been deteriorating. The people in the Ministry of Justice no longer had the confidence. When they went to the Imperial Messenger Station, they had to put on a smiling face, and when they went to the Supreme Court, they had to be polite. This was very uncomfortable for the people in the Ministry of Justice, who were used to speaking with their chins held high. But they had no choice. With a situation like this, how could they not lower their heads? But now, someone had stood out from among them, daring to challenge the Supreme Court, daring to challenge the Imperial Messenger Station, daring to challenge the Supreme Court and the Imperial Messenger Station at the same time. For the people in the Ministry of Justice who had been suppressed for a long time, there was a feeling of exaltation. Even if they did not have high hopes for Yang Fan, and even thought that Yang Fan would be completely finished after the joint trial of the 3 departments, but at least right now, Yang Fan was a hero in their eyes, a man with courage. But after all, they were people who had been in the bureaucracy for a long time, and it was difficult for the blood of a bureaucrat to be heated up. Even if they had some admiration for Yang Fan, it was not enough to make them say or do anything. Their admiration was only vaguely shown in their eyes. But it was not the case for the ordinary bailiffs and petty officials. The blood of those at the lowest level was always the easiest to boil. They subconsciously formed 2 human walls, looking at Yang Fan walking alone in the middle. Step by step, he was as steady as if he was about to set foot on the execution ground. Their emotions grew more and more agitated. The monitor, Yuan Han, looked at Yang Fan, his face red for a long time. Finally, he roared, "Yang Longzhong, good job!" Yuan Han's words seemed to have opened a floodgate, and the crowd finally began to shout in support. "Yang Longzhong, I wish you victory! This is the Ministry of Justice. Yang Longzhong is a member of the Ministry of Justice. Yang Longzhong, everyone is standing with you. Yang Longzhong, you have to show the power of the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan smiled, smiling at his colleagues from the Ministry of Justice who had sent him to court. He was really not too worried about this lawsuit. If this lawsuit was judged purely according to legal principles, he might not be able to win against those who had spent most of their lives in the judicial yamen. But it also involved morality and ethics, and these morals and ethics could definitely affect the judgment of the law. That was not the case. In the details of the judicial regulations, he might not be a match for these old foxes who had immersed themselves in the criminal law for many years. But since it involved morality and ethics, to a large extent, who would win would depend on whose words could incite people more. In this regard, Yang Fan had an advantage over those bureaucrats who were used to speaking in the official language. He was also very confident in his eloquence. Of course, what he was most confident about was that as long as he did not go too far, as long as he gave the Empress a dignified way out, the Empress would definitely give him face. Yang Fan, who had walked to the steps, turned around, cupped his hands and bowed to everyone, and said heroically, "In the territory of the Ministry of Justice, how can we let others take advantage of us? Colleagues, don't worry." Yang Fan's action did not match the style of those officials who had been honed in the officialdom for most of their lives and had long lost their edges and corners, but it was to the taste of these people at the bottom. Once Yang Fan's words left his mouth, it was like a condemned prisoner on the guillotine shouting, "After 20 years, I will be a good man again." Immediately, everyone cheered. Sun Yuxuan and Pai Erding looked at each other and laughed bitterly at the same time. In the distance, Chen Dong, who was standing alone at the door of the Ministry of Justice, seemed to have heard these words. He shook his head, sighed, and shook his head again. As he shook his head, he sighed as he returned to the official office. The people in the court also clearly heard what he said outside the court. When he walked into the main hall, the people from the Supreme Court and the Imperial Censorate all looked at him strangely. Yang Fan did not care at all. When it came to scheming, he might not necessarily be a cut above others, but these people who were used to scheming beneath the stage could not compare to him. The reason why this case was so difficult to judge and why the 3 law divisions each had their own opinions was because it didn't just involve legal principles, but also reason and ethic. Everyone's understanding of morality and ethics was different, so there was a situation where everyone said they were right and everyone said they were right. However, most of them did not realize that this originally purely criminal case had already become a weapon of competition between the 3 departments of justice, between King Wei and King Liang. That was why its significance was no longer purely reflected in the law and ethics, but also in politics. Once politics was involved, would the Emperor's judgment still be based on the case itself? The mirror of eminence hung high in the air. Beneath the plaque was a picture of auspicious clouds and red sun setting out to sea. There were 3 cases in front of the main judge's platform, and they were arranged in a straight line to show that they were on equal footing. This was the Ministry of Justice, so Yang Fan's case was at the center. Yang Fan sat down and cupped his hands towards the 2 officials to his left and right. With a sincere smile, he said, "This one is Yang Fan, the current Minister of Justice. May I ask what position you 2 hold, and what your esteemed names might be?" When the 2 officials saw him sit down, their expressions became solemn, and their backs straightened. They didn't expect Yang Fan to start exchanging pleasantries with them before the court had even begun. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The official on the left had a square face, large ears, a black beard, and a dark face. He looked to be in his early 40s, and he exuded an imposing aura. When he heard Yang Fan's question, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said seriously, "This official is the Imperial Censor of the Supreme Court, Qing Ling." The official on the right looked to be in his 30s, with a fair face and a slight beard. His eyes were sharp. This was the Imperial Censor, Zhao Jiulong. He also cupped his fists towards Yang Fan and introduced himself. Yang Fan said with a smile, "It is my great fortune to be able to judge this case with you 2 brothers today." Since the three of us are the main examiners, who will be the judge? Cheng Ling and Zhao Jilong looked at each other and snorted. It's just a formality. This is the Ministry of Justice. You, Yang Longzhong, will be the judge. Haha, thank you. I won't stand on ceremony then. Yang Fan's smile disappeared. He grabbed the gavel and slammed it down, shouting, "Let the court begin!" Even if Yang Fan hadn't shown his methods to the officials of the Ministry of Justice before, because today was a battle between the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Imperial Censor, these officials wouldn't let him down. This shout of Tang Wei was very dignified and loud, and the three people's expressions unconsciously became solemn. Bring the criminal. With this order, Chang Ziyuan was brought into the main hall. He had already been removed from his shackles and was only wearing shackles. He had already been to the court of the Supreme Court of Justice, and it was not the first time he had been to the court of the Ministry of Justice. However, this was the first time he had seen a scene like the joint trial of the three departments. Seeing that the court seemed slightly crowded but even more dignified, the child's face turned pale. Yang Fan waited for Feng Shihui to verify his identity and go through all the procedures before speaking to him in a friendly manner. Chang Ziyuan, don't be afraid. Today is the joint trial between the three courts. Tell us everything that happened between you and the deceased Pan Junyi. There must be no falsehoods. Yes. I went with my mother to Ding Ding Street to play on the Double Seventh Festival. Chang Ziyuan had just started speaking when Cheng Ling from the Supreme Court interrupted him with a frown, saying, Chang Ziyuan committed the murder on the 14th of the 7th month. What does that have to do with Double Seventh Festival? Just tell us what happened that day. Chang Ziyuan stuttered, Yes, that day, wait. Yang Fan also stopped him and said to Cheng Ling, Brother Cheng, if we had not met on Double Seventh Festival, there would not have been the murder on the 14th of the 7th month. The two incidents are closely related, and we should not omit this part. Cheng Ling said, If Chang Ziyuan had not been born 13 years ago, he would not have committed the murder today. Based on what Yang Longzhong has said, shouldn't we tell us everything about his life since he was young? Yang Fan shook his head and smiled, saying, Judge Cheng's words are wrong. Every case has one cause and effect, or many causes and effects, or many causes and effects, or one cause and effects, or many causes and effect. There are also inevitable causes and effects, and as a judge, we must first clarify the causes and effects. The Double Seventh Festival incident was the cause of a series of tragedies. How can we not mention it? The case of the Chang family's youngest son was just a prelude. This case is actually a case between the three courts. This case has finally begun. Chapter 433. Cheng Ling snorted heavily and said in a bad mood, This case has already been examined by the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. There is no need to interrogate him from beginning to end. If Yang Longzhong interrogates him like this, the joint hearing of the three departments will take forever. Yang Fan spread out his hands and said, According to what Qing Siji said, then we don't need to bring the prisoner to court. We only need you and I to take out our own Yaman's interrogation records, and we can compare them. Isn't that enough? Cheng Ling angrily said, This official is saying that it is important. Yang Fan raised his voice. This official thinks that this is very important. Imperial Messenger Zhao from the Imperial Messenger Bureau quickly tried to smooth things over. All right. Since Yang Longzhong thinks that there is a need to interrogate him again, then we will retry him. Cheng Ling glared at him and said, So your Imperial Messenger Bureau wants to stand on the side of the Ministry of Justice? Zhao Jilong flew into a rage and said, Preposterous. This official is saying that since one of you thinks it is necessary and the other thinks it is not, then re-examining him will only take some effort. But according to Officer Cheng's opinion, if the prisoner is not allowed to speak, Yang Longzhong will inevitably say that you handled the case carelessly. Weighing the two sides, of course re-examining him is appropriate. How can it be said that my Imperial Messenger Bureau is standing on the side of the Ministry of Justice? Yang Fan hurriedly tried to calm them down. Both of you, calm down. Don't get angry. Why did the three departments come to the joint hearing? It is to have the three departments review him together and in the end come to a consensus. So in the end, the three departments will stand on the same side. Why should we quarrel over this? Cheng Ling and Zhao Jiulong snorted coldly at the same time. They brushed their sleeves and turned their heads to the side. Yang Fan coughed and said to Chang Xuan, Chang Xuan, speak slowly. There is no need to rush. Don't overlook anything. Chang Xuan saw that his expression was amiable and his courage grew. He agreed and began to explain in detail. Until now, Chang Xuan still hadn't recognized that this Yang Fan was the official from the Ministry of Justice who rescued his mother that night. He only recounted how he and his mother met Pan Junyi when they were shopping, and how Pan Junyi took liberties with his mother. Halfway through, Zhao Jiulong suddenly said, Wait, you said that there was a Minister of Justice who helped your mother. Who was he? Cheng Ling agreed, That's right. Yang Longzhong. Is there such a person in your Ministry of Justice? This official suspects that nothing happened on the night of the Double Seventh Festival. It is very likely that the Chang family owes money to someone and is unable to pay it back, so they are making a false accusation. Unruly commoners, there's nothing they can't do to avoid paying their debts. Yang Fan said solemnly, What Chang Xuan said is true. That day, it was this official and my wife who roamed Ding Ding Long Street and saved the mother and son. When Chang Xuan heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. After a careful look, he vaguely felt that this person was indeed somewhat similar to the person who had lent a helping hand that night. Yang Fan sighed. This official saved the mother and son that night by the Tianjin Bridge. Although the sky was dark and the lights by the bridge were not bright enough, I can still remember the child's appearance. This official saw this matter with my own eyes. Alas, at that time, I thought that I had beaten that lecher away and that was it. Who knew that so many things would happen later on? Cheng Ling and Zhao Jiulong didn't expect that the witness was actually at the scene, so they could no longer raise this doubt. After the questioning and confirmation, they could only listen to Chang Xuan's narration. Yang Fan insisted on starting from the night of the Double Seventh Festival. Of course, it was to prove that Pan Junyi had bad intentions. Otherwise, the cause of this case would simply be a tragedy caused by debt collection. His judgment on these two related cases would then have no moral basis. When the Supreme Court first interrogated the case, they had already intentionally sided with the Pan family, so they didn't seriously investigate this relevant Minister of Justice. They deliberately focused on debt collection, murder, and didn't want to implicate too much. They didn't expect that the witness that night would appear out of nowhere and turn out to be the main judge of this case. He wasn't related to the Chang family, so he could be a good witness. Cheng Ling had no choice but to perk up and try to find something beneficial for himself in the following case. However, as he listened to Chang Xuan's narration, the more he listened, the deeper his frown became. Chang Xuan's narration was very detailed, such as how Pan Junyi had forced the Chang family to repay their gambling debts, how his father had argued in grief and indignation, how they had quarreled, how Pan Junyi had grabbed his father's throat during the fight, how his father's face had turned red and he had almost suffocated, how Chang Xuan had stepped forward to save his father but was flung away by Pan Junyi and crashed into the coffin, how he had grabbed the memorial tablet and rushed forward to hit it, and how he had found Pan Junyi slumped to the ground with blood at the back of his head. The more Cheng Ling listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. This case had been tried by him in the Supreme Court. The testimonies of the Chang father and son at that time were no different from what they were now, but they were very different. It was the same because the process was exactly the same, but it was different because he was speaking in too much detail now. Back in the Supreme Court, Chang Xuan's testimony was very simple. He said that Pan Junyi had come to his house to collect a debt, and that he and his father had been burning joss paper for his deceased mother. In a fit of anger, his father had gotten into an argument with Pan Junyi, and the two of them had started fighting. Shocked and afraid, he had stepped forward to stop the fight, but because he was young and weak, he had been flung away by Pan Junyi and had picked up the memorial tablet. The process now was the same, but he had added some descriptive words, such as his father being grabbed by the throat. His face had turned red and he was on the verge of suffocation, and he had been flung into the coffin. He had conveniently grabbed the memorial tablet and randomly hit it a few times. When Pan Junyi had fallen to the ground, he had suddenly discovered that there was blood at the back of his head. He had only added a few descriptive words, but it gave the impression that his father was about to be strangled to death by Pan Junyi during the fight, and he had stepped forward to mediate but was powerless to stop it. In a panic, he had picked up the memorial tablet and had only wanted to stop Pan Junyi from committing murder. Cheng Ling, of course, knew what these key words meant during the verdict. He immediately and sensitively questioned Chang Ziyuan repeatedly about these details. Although he had a solemn expression, it was even more frightening when he put on a stern face. Chang Ziyuan was so frightened by him that his face turned pale and his body trembled, but he did not change his statement. Cheng Ling's repeated confirmations made these small details even more obvious in the testimony. Yang Fan had never taught this Chang boy to make a false confession. For such an honest, young, and inexperienced child, if you taught him to make a false confession, there was no need for torture at all. Those experienced judicial officials would only need to use some interrogation techniques to get the truth out of him. Yang Fan had only given him a little inspiration. The father and son of the Chang family were clumsy people, or rather, with their qualities, they did not know how or what to say in their confessions. In addition, the scene at the time was too intense. As people involved in the situation, they would definitely overlook some things. Thus, when they confessed, they could only give a dry and rough account of the process. This way, others could naturally make a big fuss about the details. A few days ago, when Yang Fan was interrogating the father and son in the second hall, he had repeatedly going back and forth. In fact, he had only done one thing: inductive excavation. Yang Fan had dug out all the details that the father and son had overlooked. He had helped them perfect the blank parts that they could not remember through repeated questioning, hints, hypotheses, and conjectures. The details that had been dug out by Yang Fan were originally their experiences. It was just that they had neglected it, or perhaps they did not feel the need to confess. Now that they had remembered and said it, of course, they would not change their words. Based on their confessions, Yang Fan had helped them fill in the blank areas of their memories through hints, hypotheses, and conjectures. These naturally became their memories. They were already convinced that they had seen and heard it with their own eyes. Even if you had a lie detector, you would not be able to prove that they were lying. Cheng Ling was a little uneasy. However, Chang Ziyuan's confession did not conflict with his confession at the Supreme Court. It was just more detailed. What doubts could he raise? Could he question why Chang Ziyuan's confession at the Ministry of Justice was more detailed than at the Supreme Court? Then he could only conclude that the Ministry of Justice handled the case cautiously, while the Supreme Court interrogated the case hastily. Moreover, the Imperial Messenger Station could not possibly support him. The Imperial Messenger Station advocated for a light sentence. Therefore, Zhao Jiulong would definitely make his move when it came to sentencing. At that time, he would argue with the Ministry of Justice about a light sentence or exemption. For now, he would definitely not hold Yang Fan back. Thinking of this, Cheng Ling could only bear with it. After Chang Ziyuan had left, he brought Chang Lin to court. The same problem as Chang Ziyuan had appeared, but his testimony was more detailed and complete. When he confessed at the Supreme Court, he only said that he was addicted to gambling. In the end, he got into a huge debt when he gambled with Pan Junyi. Pan Junyi suggested that his wife stay with him to pay off the debt. Under Yang Fan's repeated questioning and hints, some of the important points that Chong Lin had overlooked that could help reduce his son's sentence were all dug out. For example, Chong Lin specifically mentioned that he had never seen Pan Junyi when he gambled before. He also mentioned that because he was poor, he did not gamble a lot of money. However, Pan Junyi was willing to gamble with him and even lent him money to gamble. Another example was that when Pan Junyi failed to collect on his debt and wanted him to use his wife to pay off the debt, he had asked Pan Junyi how he knew that his wife was beautiful. Pan Junyi had once said that he had seen her on the streets of Dingding and by the Tianjin Bridge. With this, Chong Lin's answer confirmed that Pan Junyi had previously taken liberties with the Qing family's wife and set up a gambling scam. Qing Ling began to panic. However, he could not use torture on Chong Lin as he was being interrogated by the three departments. Qing Ling's eyes darted around as he thought to himself, Yang Fan's meticulous planning is naturally to help Chong Zhuan get off the hook. However, even if Pan Junyi had taken liberties with the Qing family's wife and set up a gambling scam to entice Chong Lin to gamble, he was merely lustful and misbehaving. It is a fact that Chong Zhuan killed someone. From the looks of it, I can only fight according to the law when it comes to sentencing. With this thought in mind, Qing Ling decided to give up on the idea of being entangled with Chong Lin's confession. His eyes were half closed as he listened to Chong Lin's testimony. Many relevant laws flashed through his mind, and his mind calmed down. On the other side, Zhao Jiulong was already resting. Up until now, all the evidence was in favor of reducing Chong Lin's sentence. Of course, he would not raise any doubts. This was because the monster trainer station, which he represented, had originally proposed to reduce Chong Lin's sentence. All he was waiting for was the moment to discuss the sentence. Bring Chong Lin down. After Yang Fan had given the order, he cupped his hands and said, My dear brothers, Zhao Jiulong's spirits lifted as he asked, Shall we start discussing the sentence now? Yang Fan smiled and said, It's already past midnight. Let's have lunch first. Chapter 434. The sky was still sunny in the morning, but it gradually became cloudy as the case was being judged. When it was time for lunch, it began to drizzle. Qing Ling of the Supreme Court, Zhao Jiulong, and his entourage ate lunch in the kitchen of the Ministry of Justice, and then went to the second hall with Yang Fan to rest and chat. At this time, the rain became heavier. Under the dripping eaves outside the recording room, a few yamen runners looked up at the sky in boredom. The rainwater gradually condensed into a curtain of rain, gathering from the eaves and flowing down the corridor. In a small puddle of water, it splashed like raindrops, appearing and disappearing as it went. In the second hall, the three main judges, Yang Fan, Qing Ling, and Zhao Jiulong, sat casually and chatted. Although they were at daggers drawn in the court, as long as it was beneficial to their position, even if it was a sentence or a word, they would fight back and forth, never giving way. But at this time, they were leisurely and carefree. They talked about a wide range of topics, ranging from the revenue and expenditure of money, to the salaries of the officials in the various prefectures and counties, and even the customs of the local people. As they chatted, Qing Ling and Zhao Jiulong talked about some of the major cases that they had handled over the years in charge of justice. Yang Fan naturally couldn't join in on these topics, so he became an attendant who listened attentively. After listening for a while, Yang Fan suddenly commented and then changed the topic to the military affairs of the western regions, His Majesty's plans for a western expedition, and how he had ingeniously planned to ambush the Turks outside the Great Wall, causing the 100,000-strong army of the Turks to give up halfway through. Qing Ling and Zhao Jiulong naturally could not join in on these topics, so they also became accompanying guests. So, Zhao Jiulong coughed and changed the topic to poetry, painting, and romance. Under the joint efforts of the three main judges, the so-called poetry, painting, and romance naturally focused on romance. This topic was liked by all men, so the three men started to talk about women, chatting harmoniously. The afternoon bell rang. Qing Ling smiled, and a solemn look began to appear in her eyes. Yang Longzhong, shall we enter the court? Yang Fan also smiled, but it was a fake smile. The facts of the crime are clear. Next, you and I should discuss the sentencing and come up with a sentence that will convince the emperor, the court, and the people. I suggest that we discuss it in the second hall. What do you think? Qing Ling and Zhao Jilong looked at each other and said in unison, "Of course, this is fine. So we don't have to sit properly, we can relax, ha ha." The laughter stopped abruptly, and the three suddenly fell silent. The sound of rain seemed to come from outside the hall, pitter-patter. The bailiffs who were watching the rain from the veranda seemed to sense the strange atmosphere in the hall. They turned their heads and glanced into the hall. They saw Dr. Yang of the Ministry of Justice leaning against a table. In his hand was a shining silver fish talisman. As his 5 fingers moved up and down rhythmically, the fish talisman nimbly jumped and rolled between his fingers. It flashed into his palm and then appeared on the back of his fingers. Qing Ling of the Supreme Court sat on a couch on the left, leaning against a round cushion. He lifted his robe and crossed his legs. Imperial Messenger Zhao Jilong, who was on the right, did the same almost at the same time. Below, 2 yamen runners carried a table and quietly put it down. After placing the 4 treasures of the study, an official sat behind the table. The hall was like a silent film, with only movement and no sound. When all the movements stopped, Yang Fan flipped his palm and the silver fish talisman jumped from his fingertips to his palm. He put the fish talisman back into the silver fish pouch and sat up straight. He said to Qing Ling and Zhao Jilong, "Officer Qing, Imperial Messenger Zhao, which one of you will speak first?" Qing Ling and Zhao Jilong exchanged pleasantries, and then let Qing Ling, the official from the Supreme Court, make the closing statement. Qing Ling coughed and said, "Pan Junyi came to collect a debt, and Chong Lin was unable to repay it. Both sides quarreled, and a fight ensued. During the fight, Chong Ziyuan helped his father to kill Pan Junyi. The facts are clear, and the person involved has confessed. According to the laws of the Zhou dynasty, if a father is beaten, and the son tries to save him, causing him to be disabled, the crime of fighting will be reduced by 3 levels. If the victim dies, he will be executed according to the law. Therefore, I believe that Chong Ziyuan should be sentenced to death." Zhao Jilong glanced at Yang Fan. Seeing that Yang Fan was sitting still, he knew that Yang Fan was waiting for him to speak. If he were to speak, he would definitely refute the Supreme Court and suggest a reduction of the sentence. Although it was still a step away from Yang Fan's acquittal, there were still similarities between the two. It would be equivalent to helping Yang Fan. But since Yang Fan was not speaking, he could only speak. In his opinion, a reduction of the sentence was morally acceptable. As for acquittal, it was too lenient. Right now, he might as well refute the common enemy of the imperial messengers and the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, before arguing with Yang Fan. Having made up his mind, he said, "The purpose of the law is to prevent violence. The purpose of filial piety is to enlighten. When Chong Ziyuan saved his father, he was showing filial piety, not violence. Chong Ziyuan was young, but he could understand the principles of filial piety. Isn't this due to the efforts of the imperial court? The royal system states that the principles of the 5 punishments must be based on the relationship between father and son. The spring and autumn annals means to convict from the heart. Today, Chong Ziyuan was born in the imperial style, and the young talisman shows filial piety. We, the imperial court, should punish evil and promote good. Although Chong Ziyuan deserves to die for killing, he is still a child and understands the relationship between father and son. If we sentence him to pay with his life, I'm afraid it will go against the imperial court's principles of filial piety. Therefore, I believe that his punishment should be reduced by 1 level. This way we can both uphold filial piety and punish the lawless. It's the best of both worlds. At the side, the scribe was writing furiously, writing down the basis of the official's punishments. Cheng Ling retorted, Chong Lin owed a debt first, so it was not righteous. Pan Junyi demanded a debt, but Chong Lin refused. Another argument ensued, but it was just an ordinary fight. Chong Lin's son assisted his father in committing a crime. If we use filial piety as a cover and reduce his punishment, then wouldn't the son of anyone who commits a crime be assisting his father in committing a crime? Zhao Jilong raised an eyebrow and said, Minister Qing keeps saying that Chong Lin owed a debt first, so it was not righteous. Have you forgotten that on the night of Chinese Valentine's Day, Pan Junyi was lustful and deliberately set up a bet to lure Chong Lin? If we're talking about unrighteousness, then Pan Junyi was unrighteous in the first place. How can he blame Chong Lin alone? A hint of a smile flitted across Yang Fan's lip. He knew that when the two of them argued, they would definitely talk about who was at fault first. The Imperial Messenger Station had set a trap for him. As long as he sympathized with the Chong family and wanted to reduce the punishment of the Chong father and son, he could only be used by the Imperial Messenger Station. Now, he was one step more radical than the Imperial Messenger Station, and the Imperial Messenger Station had set this trap for themselves. As long as they persisted with their own opinions, they would inevitably stand with Yang Fan on this point. The rain outside the hall continued to fall, and it was getting heavier. In the hall, the debate between Cheng Ling, who represented the Supreme Court, and Zhao Jilong, who represented the Imperial Messenger Station, became more and more intense. The two of them stated all the reasons they could think of, and in the end, there was nothing new to say. They could only repeat the same old arguments over and over again. At this time, Yang Fan, who had been sitting quietly all this time, suddenly interrupted. I think that the Imperial Messenger Station's words are reasonable. The law is broken by emotion. Pan Junyi was tempted by lust and conspired against the law. Pan Junyi cannot absolve himself from the blame for the death of the wife of the Qing family. After that, he set up a gambling scam and deceived others. Such evil deeds are abhorred by the gods and abhorred by the ghosts. He naturally deserves to die. Zhao Jilong said, In that case, does Yang Longzhong agree with the Imperial Messenger Station's opinion? Yang Fan immediately shook his head. I agree with the Imperial Messenger Station's view that Pan Junyi was unrighteous in the first place, and that he deserves to die. However, in terms of punishment, my view is different from the Imperial Messenger Station's. He looked at Cheng Ling and Zhao Jilong and said in a clear voice, The law is nothing more than reason. Emotion and the law are both heavy and heavy. Which is light and which is heavy? When is it light and when is it heavy? When is it not because of the strict enforcement of the law that ethics and morals are violated? When is it not because of the emphasis on ethics and morals that the country's criminal laws are ignored? He looked to his left and right and said, This is the responsibility of us judges. Depending on the situation, the law may be based on emotion, or emotion will yield to the law, or emotion and the law will both take a step back in order to achieve harmony. Zhao Jilong immediately interrupted. This is exactly what the Imperial Messenger Station is thinking in recommending a lighter sentence. Yang Fan immediately responded, I, Yang Fan, agree that the Imperial Messenger Station can consider a lighter sentence based on this point. However, I have my own reasons for insisting that Chang Ziyuan should be acquitted. He slowly stood up and said, The law of the Imperial Court has always been about righteousness. Therefore, when there is a conflict between an elder and a junior, such as scolding, beating, injuring, or killing, the junior has to bear more responsibility. If parents beat and kill their children, the children cannot report it to their parents. If parents kill someone, the children cannot report it either. But if the mother kills the father, what will happen according to the law of the Imperial Court? Both of you are familiar with the law, so you should know that at that time, regardless of whether it is the legal mother, the stepmother, or the loving mother. As the children, they will no longer be bound by the prohibition that the children cannot report their grandparents or parents. They will also no longer have to fulfill the duties of a senior, and can and must report it to the authorities. The father is also a senior, and the mother is also a senior. So why is this so? Because they are both relatives. The father is more important than the mother. Therefore, in filial piety there is a consideration of seniority. The relatives of the father are more important than the relatives of the mother. Therefore, if the mother kills the father, it should be reported to the authorities. Qing Siji, Imperial Messenger Zhao, am I right? Tring Ling and Zhao Zhilong hesitated for a while, then reluctantly nodded their heads. This was the law of the imperial court, and they could not refute it. Yang Fan continued, the law of the Zhou dynasty states that if the grandparents or parents are beaten, the children should immediately attack the other party. If the other party is injured, the punishment will be reduced by one class compared to a normal assault. I would like to ask the two of you, if someone beats up their own parents, the authorities can naturally punish them. Can't they just report it to the authorities? Why does the law state that the children should immediately attack and save their elders? Zhao Zhilong said, this is because the children have the duty of filial piety to their elders. Seeing their elders being beaten up, but not doing anything to save them, and only waiting for the matter to be reported to the authorities, where is the filial piety of children? If filial piety is abandoned because of the protection of the authorities, is the purpose of the law to corrupt morality? But, Zhao Zhilong frowned and said, but what does this have to do with our discussion? Saving one's father is something that we, the Imperial Messenger Station, believe is natural. However, although saving one's father is out of filial piety, it does not mean that one must kill to save one's father. Killing is illegal, but saving one's father is filial piety. Therefore, the Imperial Messenger Station has taken a compromise and suggested reducing the sentence. What's wrong with that? At this point, the two of them had unknowingly thrown the matter of the Court of Judicial Review to one side. Originally, it was a matter of capital punishment, reduction of sentence, and innocence. Under Yang Fan's clever guidance, the matter of capital punishment was thrown to one side, and it became a matter of commutation and innocence. Chapter 435. Yang Fan said, I'm using this example to illustrate that laws are created by people, so it's impossible for them to be perfect. There will always be some problems that we didn't think of when we created the law. When the law is obviously against morality, ethics, or even reason, it's ridiculous to insist on the law. Doing so even deviates from the original intention of creating the law. Qing Ling laughed coldly. No matter how glib your tongue is, you are just trying to get Chang Ziyuan off. Etiquette and law are the two most important matters. Dr. Yang, in this murder case, if we release the person according to the Book of Etiquette, then the law would be useless. If it is according to the law, then the murderer must die. Etiquette and law are both the ways of the king. How will you choose? Hearing this, Zhao Zhilong hurriedly promoted his own theory and continued, that's why I said, Chang Ziyuan not saving his father is against filial piety. Killing to save his father is too extreme. If it is not punished, there will be people who will break the law in the future. I, the imperial censor, advocate a light sentence, which shows filial piety and prevents people from breaking the law. Yang Fan said, Imperial censor Zhao is wrong, and Qing Siji is even more wrong. Why do I say that? Because above the law and etiquette, there is a balance of righteousness and small righteousness. For example, the law of the Zhou dynasty states that if someone commits a crime and you do not report it, then you are guilty. But if the criminal is your grandparents or parents, then you are guilty if you report it. This is because it involves filial piety. If you see an outsider commit a crime, you are guilty if you do not report it. If you see your grandparents or parents commit a crime, you will be sentenced to death by hanging if you report it. However, if your parents or grandparents commit a major crime, the rules change. If you report it, you are not guilty, but if you do not report it, you are guilty. Why is that? Yang Fan glanced at them and said aggressively, "Why is it that when both grandparents and parents commit a crime, the former accuses you because you are unfilial? The latter does not accuse you because you are guilty? Because this is treason. Treason, the victims are thousands of families, so your family's filial piety must obey the public welfare of the world. It can be seen that when there is a conflict between the law and ethics, it usually has to accommodate ethic. But this scope is limited to the law and moral ethics of one family and one surname. If the criminal's crime is harmful to the whole world, such as treason, then the law must be placed above filial piety. Even if it is his children, they must also accuse him. To sum up, be it Dharma or Tao, it all depended on one's mind to use it. It all depended on how effective it was to the people of the world. Chang Xuan was so eager to save his father that he accidentally killed Pan Junyi. He did it out of filial piety, and the only person he harmed was Pan Junyi. What did the victim do? Pan Junyi was tempted by her beauty and set up a bet to force Qing Shi to her death. The entire Chang family, Chang Xuan's grandmother, father, and mother had all been harmed by Pan Junyi. Pan Junyi's actions were atrocious. Chang Xuan died because of his filial piety, so he should be forgiven. In this way, not only will Chang Xuan's filial piety be displayed, but it will also safeguard the justice of the world. Tring Ling said, "If that's the case, then the old woman of the Chang family can be pardoned for killing her daughter-in-law. Isn't this filial piety?" Yang Fan said with a straight face, "This is not filial piety. Compared to this old woman, Lady Cheng was young and strong, but when this old woman beat her to death, did she retaliate? She had already fulfilled her filial piety. After Lady Cheng was beaten to death, did her husband and son make a complaint? They did not, so they also fulfilled their filial piety. Who made the complaint? It was the common people. The old woman of the Chang family was unruly and cold. It was obviously the work of a scoundrel, and her son's conduct was bad, but she took her anger out on her virtuous daughter-in-law, beating her to death. This aroused public anger, and the common people reported it to Basho and Marquis Wu. Then Basho and Marquis Wu reported it to Luoyang Prefecture. This is righteousness, the righteousness of the world. At this point, Yang Fan used his Dantian Qi and sent the last sentence of his closing argument far away. Even the Yamen officials scattered in the corridor could hear it clearly. If law cannot encourage moral behavior, then it is not good law. If the rule of law cannot encourage moral behavior, then it is not good governance. Based on this official believes that Chang Xuan is not guilty. Tring Ling said in a low voice, "The Supreme Court objects." Zhao Jilong also said, "The Imperial Messenger platform objects." Then there is no other way. Yang Fan spread his hands and assumed the posture of a ruffian soldier. He said, "Since the three departments of justice each have their own opinions, it looks like there is no conclusion to this joint hearing between the three departments. Then, make a memorial and present it to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Let the Prime Ministers decide." Crack, 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 a clap of autumn thunder rang out in the sky, adding a soul-stirring annotation to Yang Fan's words. Sigh. Prime Minister Su Weiwei held a brush in his hand and drew circles in the air for a long time. Finally, he could not write, so he put down the brush and switched to his other hand to support his cheek. He continued to sigh. Sigh. The eunuch beside him smiled and said, "Master Su, why do you keep sighing? Do you have a toothache? Do you want me to invite someone from the Imperial Academy of Medicine to treat you?" This ancestor of Su Dongpa's had a good temper. The eunuchs who served him were not afraid of him. Sometimes they would even joke with him. Su Weiwei said with a bitter face, "It's not a toothache, it's a headache. The 3 Law Division's lawsuit has been pushed to me, old Su. What should I do? What should I do?" Among the prime ministers, Su Weiwei was mainly in charge of judicial matters. Thus, the joint hearing between the three departments of justice had not come to a conclusion, and the case had been sent to him. Yang Fan, Qing Ling, and Zhao Jilong all insisted on their own opinions. One was acquitted, one was sentenced to death, and one was sentenced to a reduced sentence. This great scholar, one of the 4 friends of literature, was extremely worried. The eunuch asked curiously, "Master is a person of great knowledge. Can't you solve such a case?" Su Weiwei shook his head and said, "It's easy for you to say. In this case there are laws, etiquette, justice, morality, and the ways of the world. Even a living god would not be able to understand the disputes between factions." The eunuch leaned against the table and held his chin with both hands. He asked curiously, "Then, who do you think has the best opinion among the 3 departments of justice?" This question was very ambiguous. Grand Chancellor Su frowned and muttered to himself for a while. He thought to himself, according to the Supreme Court, if Chang Ziyuan is sentenced to death, then we will offend the Imperial Messenger Station and the Ministry of Justice. Liang Wangu is standing behind Yang Fan. Thinking twice, it is not appropriate. Moreover, this matter has caused the people to be angry. Pan Junyi is seeking death. How can Chang Ziyuan pay with his life? According to the Ministry of Justice, if Chang Ziyuan is acquitted, it will offend the Supreme Court and the Imperial Messenger Station. Behind them stands King Wu of Wei. This is not appropriate. What about the Imperial Messenger Station's suggestion to reduce the sentence? The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court are not satisfied. Moreover, Prime Minister Li has already instructed us not to let the Imperial Messenger Station use this case to make a comeback and regain power. This will prevent cruel officials from running amok again. Therefore, the Imperial Messenger Station's verdict cannot be used. The only choices left are acquitted or the death penalty. However, no matter which choice we make, we will offend people. The eunuch saw that the more he thought about it, the more his face twisted into a bun. He could not help but cover his mouth and laugh. "Master, didn't you often say that one does not need to make a clear decision? If there is a mistake, there will be blame. However, it is better to be ambiguous and hold on to both sides. Then we can just smooth things over." Su Weiwei frowned and said, I can't. This matter was pushed to me because the 3 law departments are not clear about it. If I am ambiguous, where else can I push it to? Can I push it to the Emperor?" As soon as he said this, Su Weiwei suddenly froze, as if he had been hit by a body-freezing spell. The eunuch saw that his eyes were blank and his face was expressionless, as if he had been possessed. He could not help but feel afraid and quickly waved his hand in front of his face. He asked nervously, "Master?" Su Weiwei's eyes moved, and suddenly he was full of smiles. He took out a box from under the table and gave it to the eunuch with a smile. "Ha! You are very good. Come, have some snacks." The eunuch stuttered, "Master Su, what's wrong?" Su Weiwei kindly patted his head and said, "Master is fine. Eat some snacks. Master will go out for a while." After saying this, Su Weiwei put the transcript of the 3 law departments' statements into his sleeve and excitedly walked out. In Wuqing Hall, Wu Zetian finished reading the transcript of the 3 law departments' statements. She said to Su Weiwei, "Does the Prime Minister want me to make a decision?" Su Weiwei said in a deep voice, "Of course not." This man could preach the ambiguity theory in front of his colleagues and subordinates, but in front of the Emperor, he would never show that he did not have his own opinion. Wu Zetian was puzzled. "So, Prime Minister Su, what do you mean?" Su Weiwei cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I think that the Imperial Envoy's compromise is not advisable in this case. Your Majesty has always been enlightened and clear about the country's laws. Guilty is guilty, innocent is innocent. How can we punish each side 50 times and ambiguously try to smooth things over?" Su Weiwei, who had always believed in ambiguity, Unexpectedly, Shanghai Wana listened to Su Weiwei's righteous words. Even though she was nervously looking forward to the result to know if it would be beneficial to her Langjun, she could not help but want to laugh. The corners of her mouth curled up, but she quickly closed it. Wu Zetian nodded and said, "Yes. The compromise is not advisable. So, Prime Minister Su, do you think that Chang Ziyuan is guilty or innocent?" Su Weiwei took a deep breath and frowned as if he had a toothache. "Your Majesty, this is the problem." Wu Zetian could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Su Weiwei frowned and said with great difficulty, "If this case is judged innocent, I'm afraid that the world will follow suit and there will be more murder cases. The law cannot be unjustly applied. If he is sentenced to death, the people's hearts cannot be deceived and the will of the people cannot be disobeyed. Moreover, Pan Junyi has his own way of seeking death." Wu Zetian said helplessly, "So, do you think that he should be judged innocent or sentenced to death?" Su Weiwei said in a powerful voice, "In my opinion, he should be judged guilty." But Wu Zetian's eyebrows, which had just been raised in admiration, quickly drooped down. She asked, "But what?" Su Weiwei stood up and lifted his robe. He bowed deeply and said in a sonorous voice, "Pan Junyi conspired against someone else's wife and set up a trap. Hateful. Chang Ziyuan saved his father and killed someone. Now he is in prison. How pitiful! I beg your Majesty to give me a special pardon so that Chang Ziyuan and all the filial sons in the world can bask in your Majesty's great kindness." After a while, Wu Zetian looked at Su Weiwei's receding figure and smiled bitterly. "This Su Moling," Shangguan Wanner mischievously said, "he's a crafty old fox." Chapter 436. This was supposed to be a contest between two officials of the Ministry of Justice, but because of an accident, it turned into a battle between the three law divisions, a battle between King Wei and King Liang. In the end, thanks to Su Wei's sudden inspiration, the matter was resolved in a disguised form of compromise. Chang Ziyuan was guilty, but his filial piety moved the world, so Her Majesty the Empress issued a special decree for him to be pardoned. In the eyes of the world, a murder case was still a murder case. It was just that the Emperor was benevolent, granting him a special pardon, so it couldn't be used as a model. However, for those in the bureaucracy, especially those from the three law divisions, victory and defeat had already been decided. Why was it that the Emperor didn't use his special pardon power for other cases, but this one just had to be heard by the heavens? Wasn't the meaning behind this clear? In this contest between the three law divisions, it was easy to imagine who was the true victor. The Imperial Envoy Station and Supreme Court weren't willing to accept their defeat. Supreme Court clenched their teeth, preparing to find Yang Fan's weak points and get revenge. Meanwhile, the Imperial Envoy Station lost this chance to make a name for themselves, so they turned to the deceased Pan Junyi's father, that Ministry of Appointments Vice-Chancellor Pan Ziwen, attacking him for not teaching his son properly, for having improper conduct, for accepting bribes. Either way, the Imperial Envoy Station didn't need evidence. Pails of dirty water immediately splashed all over Vice-Chancellor Pan. The Imperial Envoy Station's craziness couldn't be helped. Ever since Lai Junshin was demoted, the Imperial Envoy Station's situation had been deteriorating. This time, the three law divisions lost, and the Imperial Envoy Station's prestige plummeted even further. If they didn't hurry up and find something to do, they wouldn't have any sense of existence left. The Political Affairs Hall's ruling and the Emperor's special pardon decree were both sent to the Ministry of Justice at the same time. When Yang Fan received the special pardon decree and the Political Affairs Hall's ruling, he immediately ordered for Chang Ziyuan's release. His father Chang Lin was also called over and severely reprimanded. Chang Lin was naturally obedient. As for whether or not he was willing to turn over a new leaf and give up on gambling, that was hard to say. When Yang Fan emerged from the main hall, Judicial Sector Vice-Chancellors Zhuo Yuanqing and Chao Qigan immediately led the various managers, secretaries, and secretaries to offer their congratulations. Class leader Yuan and manager Feng stood behind Yang Fan like guardian deities, looking left and right, feeling honored. Soon after, the imperial censor Sun Yuxuan, the imperial censor Pai Erding, and the imperial censor Yan Xiaojun also led their own officials forward to congratulate Yang Fan. They all said that they wanted to invite him to a banquet to celebrate his success in the first battle, and that the Ministry of Justice would be able to hold its head high in the 3 law divisions. Naturally, Yang Fan could tell that their invitation was sincere. It was definitely not the distant banquet that Chen Dong had mentioned when he had just arrived at the Ministry of Justice. Naturally, Yang Fan couldn't act arrogant. Although this battle had established his position in the Ministry of Justice, if he wanted to be like a fish in water in the Ministry of Justice and obtain widespread support, he couldn't do without the friendship of these people. After a lively exchange of pleasantries, the crowd dispersed one after another. Yang Fan returned to the judicial sector. Class leader Yuan and manager Feng didn't have much to do, but they still subconsciously followed behind him, all the way until he entered the Ministry of Justice's courtyard gates. On the other side was still that Xieji divine beast carving. At the center of the courtyard was an osmanthus tree with lush foliage. Strangely, there wasn't a single person left in the courtyard, only Chen Dong. His back faced the courtyard gates, his hands behind his back, sizing up the osmanthus tree in front of him. Feng Shihui and Yuan Han coincidentally stopped at the same time. Even though the two of them already steeled their hearts to follow Yang Fan, Chen Dong had been in charge of the Ministry of Justice for a long time, his influence still lingering. When the two of them saw him, they still couldn't help but feel timid. Yang Fan waved his hand, walking into the courtyard alone. Yang Fan walked up to Chen Dong's side and stood still. Chen Dong didn't even turn his head around. After a long time, he said with a sigh, "The osmanthus flowers have bloomed." Yang Fan looked at the small milky white flowers on the branches, and only then did he realize that there was a refreshing fragrance lingering in the entire courtyard. Yang Fan sniffed and said, "Very fragrant." Chen Dong smiled, slowly turned around and faced Yang Fan. "Yang Longzhong, congratulations!" "I dare not, I was just lucky." "Haha, Yang Longzhong is too modest. I was clever in small ways. You were wise." Chen Dong sighed lightly, raised his head, and looked at the sky covered by branches and leaves. He laughed in spite of himself and said, "I overestimated my own abilities, always wanting to fight with you." After learning that this case involved the Supreme Court and the Imperial Envoy Bureau, I was still complacent, thinking that you got into trouble. Actually, from that time on, I was defeated. Chen Dong retracted his gaze, took a deep look at Yang Fan, and said, "I wanted to fight with you, but from that time on, you were fighting with the Supreme Court and the Imperial Envoy Bureau. You had already left me far behind, and I wasn't fit to be your opponent at all. Regardless of whether you won or lost, I had already lost first." Chen Dong shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "It's laughable that I was still complacent at that time." "How laughable?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Little brother was indeed lucky. When I chose the case of the Chang family's matron beating and killing my daughter-in-law, I also didn't expect that it would cause so much trouble later on." Chen Dong nodded and said, "It was indeed your luck. But talent is a kind of ability, wit is a kind of ability, connections are a kind of ability, and luck is similarly a kind of ability. You have it, but I don't, so I have to accept it. Moreover, what you did next was absolutely not luck. If you succumbed to pressure from a certain aspect, you would lose very badly. But you stood higher than all of us, and you saw further than all of us. When others were still calculating which side they should stand on to obtain the greatest benefits, you were already standing on the side that was always right. When I was still waiting to see how you could satisfy all parties, you already knew very clearly that you didn't need to give any explanation to any of them." Chen Dong raised his head again, and narrowed his eyes, as if he could see through the dense foliage and see something. He stared fixedly for a while before saying to Yang Fan, "I lost. But this is just the beginning for you. Behind." Yang Fan nodded and said, "I understand. I'm only standing firm now, merely standing firm." Some words could not be said too clearly, just like some things could not be discussed on the table. The two of them were both smart people, and they would stop when they went too far. Chen Dong smiled and suddenly said again, "I haven't returned to Rougeau for many years. There's also an osmanthus tree in the Rougeau prefectural office. I wonder if it has bloomed yet." Yang Fan frowned and asked, "Dr. Chen, are you preparing to leave the Ministry of Justice?" Chen Dong also frowned and said, "If I leave now, there will still be people sending me off, and there will be people who miss me. When you completely grasp the entire Ministry of Justice in your hands and then kick me away, I will really become a stray dog. Yang Longzhong is not willing to let me leave in a more dignified manner?" Yang Fan said, "Why do you have to leave? Is there an irreconcilable enmity between us? No matter what, you're also my senior. Shouldn't you look after and guide this junior more?" Chen Dong looked at him, and his face gradually revealed a strange expression. "You dare to use me? You feel at ease using me?" Yang Fan smiled. "Why not? Why not? Brother Chen even praised me for standing tall and seeing far just now. Then do you know where my ambition lies?" Chen Dong stared at him for a long time, and finally, a smile slowly appeared on his face. He cupped his hands in front of his chest and said with a smile, "I am just a sparrow under this osmanthus tree. My ambition is just to become a doctor in the Ministry of Justice. When I retire and return to my hometown, becoming an assistant minister will be my life's greatest wish. How could I know the ambition of a great swan? I don't need to know, and I don't want to know." The osmanthus flowers bloomed, and the city was filled with their fragrance. The 3 law departments investigated the case of Pan Junyi's murder, and the repercussions were endless. It even stirred up an even greater storm. The Imperial Messenger Station didn't let go of Pan Ziwen, the vice-chancellor of the Ministry of Justice, and persevered in attacking him. It was as if they were beating a drowning dog. Since someone had accused him, they had to send someone to investigate. The result was that Pan Ziwen's but really wasn't clean. He was removed from his position, and the Imperial Messenger Station's reputation, which had plummeted in the competition between the 3 law departments, recovered slightly. Soon after, when Yang Fan was investigating the case of Bay City's workshop magistrate Ing Tu, who had killed the commoner Qin Xiaobai, he uncovered the matter of Ing Tu's marriage with the deceased's wife. During the trial, Ing Tu's backer, another vice-chancellor of the Ministry of Appointments, inevitably revealed himself. This time, the Imperial Messenger Station had no choice but to follow behind Yang Fan and pick up the leftovers from Yang Fan's butt. They immediately began to impeach this unlucky vice-chancellor and bring him down again. Because of this, the Imperial Messenger Station's reputation recovered slightly, and Yang Fan's status also rose. The fall of 2 high officials of the Ministry of Appointments had a lot to do with him. Because of this, and because of Director Chen's strong support for him, his status and reputation in the Ministry of Justice were unparalleled. He was a far greater threat to Vice-Chancellor Cui Yuanzong than Chen Dong had been. When Yang Fan and Chen Dong had fought, Cui Yuanzong had sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. He wanted the 2 tigers to die together. Who knew that these 2 tigers would now be venting their anger through the same nostrils? Vice-Chancellor Cui had failed to steal a chicken, and it was too late for regrets. With Cui Yuanzong holding him back, Yang Fan did not have the spare energy to fight against the ruthless officials who had temporarily hidden their claws and teeth, or even began to pretend to be obedient children. He could only seize the time to absorb the power of the Ministry of Justice in order to compete with Cui Yuanzong. At the same time, he began to search for Tin Ano. For Yang Fan, who was in the limelight of the Ministry of Justice, the Temple Department, which was in charge of all the monks and nuns in the world, naturally did not dare to slight him. When they heard that he wanted to check the information of all the nuns who had shaved in the past year, although they did not understand why the most famous person in the Ministry of Justice after Zhou Xing would suddenly be interested in nuns, they still fully cooperated with his investigation. In the end, of course, they found nothing. Xiao Man said, "Even if a woman has become a monk, she is still a woman. As long as it is a woman, especially a young woman, who does not care about their appearance. Shaving my head is so ugly. If I were to become a monk, I would definitely become a female Taoist priest. Taoists can keep their hair, and it is very beautiful like a fairy." Yang Fan felt that what his wife said was very reasonable. Moreover, as a man, it was indeed a bit unreasonable for him to barge into a nunnery to check all the young nuns one by one. Unless it was absolutely necessary, this method could not be used, so he wanted to check the Taoist priests first. However, the Taoist priests were under the control of the clan temple, so this was a bit difficult. In the previous dynasty, the monks and Taoist priests were all under the control of the Ministry of Right. After Li Tang established Taoism as the family religion, Taoism was taken out separately and was under the control of the clan temple, which was in charge of the affairs of the royal family, and the relatives of the emperor. The current official of the clan temple was Wu Qingxi, so if Yang Fan wanted to check the information of the female Taoist priests through the clan temple, he had to go through Wu Qingxi. However, because of Pan Juni's case, Yang Fan had completely drawn a line with Wu Qingxi, so it was impossible to ask Wu Qingxi to do anything. Moreover, this official of the clan temple, Wu Qingxi, was currently fighting with Liang Wangwu and Wu Sanxi.